Good morning. Good morning. I'd like to call the meeting to order for the Deschutes County Commissioners on Wednesday, June 24th, 2020. Please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
And I would like to go to citizen input. We did receive a letter from the school board of Ben Lapine and regarding their commitment to academic success, emotional well-being, physical health, and safety for every student in our district. It is a letter. It does point out in their letter regarding the valuable prevention specialist position that was currently in our program for Lapine and Sisters, and they said we are not funding it, but it is being funded this next year. It will be funded by our health department, so that's the good news for Lindy Petty. She will be continuing to work in Sisters and Lapine. I know she's been a valuable addition to the Sisters community. So thank you for your letter. This actually is from Amy Tatum, and thank you for your letter, and just want to recognize that.
So I want to make a couple comments on this because one was the inaccurate information included, and this was representing, I think, the whole school board.
It was originally, and then she sent a separate one.
And then there's the issues about wanting to do a partnership on prevention and youth success partnership, which has to do with mental health counseling for within the schools for students, and they track through some of the reasons for that being that 1 in 4 of 8th and 11th graders report feeling sad or hopeless for 2 weeks or more, high rate of depression among adolescents, highest rates of suicide in Oregon, and then you go on to 320% increase in marijuana vaping among our teens, and we have a high rate of alcohol use. Well, they should know at the school board, if they don't, because I don't know where they got their information, that we discussed this in the budget meeting, and we were open to talking to them about it, but it was kind of an incomplete proposal that we saw. Our health department was supportive of moving forward with this, but this was a couple of months, what was it, a month and a half ago or sometime, a month ago, when we're in budget, a lot of uncertainty over COVID about more expenditures, new expenditures. But I think that the appropriate way to do this would be have a discussion with the school board. We've never had a joint meeting with them, but we typically aren't very integrated with school board school issues because we don't really have a purview so much in school. But I think that there's kind of but it also brings up the issues. Well, we have a lot of marijuana use, and a lot of alcohol use. We're kind of the center of marijuana purchasing and alcohol consuming in Eastern Oregon. I mean, we've made that our industries. So it's not surprising that we're having it. So now taxpayers are going to pay more money to try to battle that. So I think those are good conversations with the education. But we also weren't clear about what they're doing moving forward with regard to we'd understood they were getting significant more money from the new category or corporate activity tax. So I guess we'd like to know more clarity on that. So if any of them happen to be watching or anybody is following up on this, they really we should have a complete discussion, not we're going to create some new positions that they asked for type of thing. So
along those lines, I'm supportive of standing by on that partnership at this time, and it is a discussion that can ripen 6 months from now. Because this is referring to the state corporate activity tax, future dollars for the school district. They don't have the dollars now, but they're going to have them in the future, and they wanted us to invest up front so that they could have the commitment in place. So yeah, I go down exactly the same path you do. Let's have that discussion. It's not for right now, though.
And the other thing is, we actually said that in the budget meetings. We were not opposed to this. I've seen it written that we didn't go forward with this and it was bad. Well, we weren't opposed. I felt we were just not very fully informed at that yet. So.
Commissioners, I would just note this. later on this afternoon is your formal budget adoption. There's a public hearing as part of that, so that letter may have been intended for the public hearing, but we will record it as part of the record for the public hearing later on this afternoon. And the budget note was that there's an opportunity for follow-up with the school district at some point, when with both the county board as well as the school and staff to have a additional discussion on this later on. So that's the way we recorded the budget committee's decision. Wasn't just a flat no, was that we bring it back at a later time.
Yeah, okay.
It is commented to be public comment for a budget hearing. So it's good that we talked about it now because we have an extremely long day. So, yes, thank you for your letter. And yes, I get, it's rather interesting in the state that the marijuana stores were all open the whole time. And yet who's using? It's our kids that are using at times. And it's, we have incredible risk when children are the users. So thank you very much, school board. So we do have a consent agenda.
So I wanted to make another opening remark before we get into the consent agenda. So there was an interesting article in the Bulletin today about a new accessory to people's wardrobes, and it has all these colorful masks that people are inventing, et cetera. And that was something I called out that people should do this, and I know the ones my wife has made were really colorful, but I've seen even more creative ones since then. So I think it reminds me to encourage people to wear masks in public places, and I'll give you an example. If we still, the only place we're sure that we seem to get these outbreaks of COVID-19 is in close quarters for prolonged amounts of time. There's moisture in the air. Those seem to be the three things that are happening we notice. And we were at dinner this week with some friends. We went out to dinner for one of the first times, and they all had masks on, but the masks kept falling down, and so their nose, our server's nose was exposed, so he really wasn't containing the moisture. So there's a lot to this mask thing, but at least we could make it interesting or clever or whatever, and I just thought that was a good thing to have, because I still think it's important. I know some states are actually mandating it, but it's surprising to me, it continues to be surprising to me how few people wear them in stores and places where there is a lot of public contact. But some of these places where you have prolonged contact with somebody, I think it's an issue. But anyway, it's a clever story, so I thought I'd bring it up.
Thank you very much, and thank you to Whitney Hales for driving to Lapine and Sisters yesterday, delivering masks and signs to be given out to business communities. I saw the Sisters Chamber email this morning, and tomorrow businesses will be able to, for free, pick up masks and signs for their establishment. So, yes, the social distancing, I think, is critical on this. If you're outside, please remember to social distance. And if you're inside, please wear a mask and cover your nose. You just see it everywhere. People don't get them above their nose. That's the critical factor when you wear a mask. So thank you, Commissioner Henderson. Okay.
To the consent agenda, I would move approval minus item number 4, just for a quick discussion. That's a resolution with budget adjustments.
And I'll second that.
Further discussion, Commissioner DeBonne?
So another discussion item, May 18th meeting minutes referred to a Forest Collaborative follow-up, and it was just one of those things that jumped out at me that, that'll be a good discussion item in the next month or 6 weeks, just making sure that as a board we have that in front of us somehow, just to understand what the big picture is, funding for the collaborative, the projects that have been scheduled, and what does the future look like for the collaborative.
Yeah,
as I say, as I was reading the minutes, I'm like, oh yeah, I want to look into that still.
That'd be a great thing. Yeah.
So I just wanted to pull that out. With that, I'll vote yes.
And I'll vote yes.
Okay, and the chair votes yes. Okay, actually, we will go to, I promised Nahad he would be first because he only has a few.
Well, we got number 4.
I know. I'm going to put number 4 after Nahad because I did promise him to be first.
Okay.
I don't see him on my agenda.
He is down there. He's way down at after 21 at 12:35. He wasn't available then.
So COVID update at this.
Yes, the COVID update at this time. We do have a directive on our
All
desk.
right.
So Nahad?
Good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes?
Oh, wonderful. Great. Well, you all stole my thunder today with the mask usage, but I really appreciate it. Thank you.
We knew you would.
Do you see my screen right now?
Yes.
Wonderful. And you should probably have the slides printed in front of you as well. So my name is Nahad Sadrazudi. I'm the Director of Public Health for Deschutes County Health Services. I would like to start with acknowledging our department staff from both public health and behavioral health service areas for their tenacity, dedication, and hard work. For this presentation in particular, I would like to thank Jenny Faith, our epidemiologist, for the data analysis and the updates, and of course, Dr. Conway for his usual technical guidance and leadership. Now, Commissioners, can any of you guess how many weeks or days it's been since the first reported case of COVID in Deschutes County?
99?
That's a very good guess. It's been a little bit more, Commissioner, 6 days more. It's been 105 COVID days. I call them COVID days. Since we've had the first reported case of COVID-19 in our county. Before I proceed, I would like to I'd like to dedicate today's presentation actually to my father, who is celebrating his 92nd birthday today. And he's been an inspiration for me throughout my life, and it kills me that I haven't seen him in person for many months due to the COVID pandemic. I worry, frankly, about me and my family exposing him and putting him in harm's way. So we're doing our part to keep him safe, but happy birthday to him.
Is he still in Sweden?
No, he's not.
Okay.
Thank you for sharing. That's wonderful.
Yes, happy birthday, Dad.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you very much. So, Commissioners, I'm going to the next slide. As of June 23rd, so that's yesterday, we have a total of 149 cases with 137 recovered. So 12 are actively ill or not yet recovered. We've had 6 cases so far this week on Monday and Tuesday, 4 on Monday reported and 2 yesterday. And on this graph, you also see the percent change in new cases from one week to another. Our numbers tend to be small, so it exaggerates the percentage change, frankly. So I wouldn't read too much into the percentage change. Rather, just looking at the trend would be important. Now, this is actually a slide that was prepared based on Commissioner Henderson's request last time. It shows the length of time to full recovery. And again, I want to thank Jenny and the team. They spent hours putting this together. Actually, we don't have a very user-friendly system in place to get the data. So anytime we request data from them, they actually spend quite a number of days putting them together. They have to go into the system, individual cases, and pull out and make some assumptions to prepare these. So I, again, want to thank Jenny and the team for doing that. The range in terms of length of time recovery has been has ranged from a few days to almost 3 months. And on average, we see length of time to recovery to be between 2 to 3 weeks. And majority of people have recovered within 2 weeks. So this was, again, a slide prepared based on a request from, I believe it was Commissioner Henderson, last time we had the COVID update.
That's great. Thank you.
So that's really, thanks for doing that, Nahad. Real quickly on that chart, so that seems longer to me than the flu or the cold. And there's a lot of comparisons of this by people about, is it worse, is it better? But it seems like those are long. 2 to 3 weeks seems like a long time, but as an average, what do you think?
Yeah, Commissioner, you're right, and I'm glad we actually did this analysis to remind us it's not just sort of deaths that we are facing when it comes to COVID and the vulnerable populations, but actually the morbidity and the complication post-recovery are as scary as actually the ultimate tragedy, which is death. So these cases definitely, from the analysis, we see elongated recovery time. You're right, Commissioner.
I wonder, the other question I had, and this next step would be, we see all the deaths, I don't know how many, what percent, it's a real high percent, also have underlying medical conditions. Is that a factor here where people that are sick for longer have other conditions that, because we already know that a lot of people are experiencing it without symptoms. Any thought on that, or have you ever compared that as another stat?
Yes, Commissioner. Another good, actually, question. Yeah, so we do see the older, more mature folks like myself, perhaps with underlying conditions, do tend to take longer to recover. The younger are being affected, but they tend to have, on average, of course, there are exceptions, tend to have a quicker recovery.
Okay, thanks.
Sure. Great. So I realize I only have 10 minutes, and I know you have a long day, so I'm going to go through this, and I'll pause anytime.
You've already used 5.
I was given 5?
No, I said you've already used 5 minutes, Nahad.
Commissioner,
I'm timing you.
The questions should not count against my time.
Oh, yes, they do. Yes, they do.
Sure, no problem. And you feel free to stop me anytime. No problem. I understand. So in this graph, Commissioners, we see that between March 11 and April 13, that's when we started seeing the numbers of hospitalized cases going down. There were 54 cases, with majority of the cases above 30 years. And around 35% of these cases were hospitalized. And then from mid-April till now, we've had around 95 cases with a shift to younger folks, as you're fully aware, with only 4% hospitalized. So that speaks also to the previous slide that we were talking about. Now, a number of times we've been talking about why more younger folks are being affected by this virus, and that there could be multiple reasons for that. It could be that more younger folks are getting tested. It could be that they're more mobile, exposed, and relaxed on perhaps taking precautions. And it could be that we've done a great job of protecting our more mature in age populations as well. So, and there could be other factors that I believe Dr. Conway has spoken to in the past too. So there could be multiple reasons for this. Going to the next slide, in this graph, we see the specimen collected by week, in other words, the number of tests. And just a reminder, especially for our public audience and the media, that we don't have all the tests back, especially for the most recent week and a couple of weeks. So the numbers will change basically every week that we present these data. The total negative tests is more than 9,000. The red fonts here, the red font that you see here is the percent of specimen positive per week. And we see that it's below 1%, which is remarkable. So it's really great. And I do want to mention that the trace study tests, which was around 600 tests, were collected during the weekend of basically the end of May, as you may recall. They're shown in the graph for the week of 5/25 to 5/31. You see, I put a little circle there, or oval there, to show that that's where the trace tests have been incorporated. In this next slide, we see the breakdown of linkages and contacts to primarily the confirmed cases. And what it really shows that in recent weeks, we're seeing more cluster and household cases, possibly minimizing a community-wide spread of this virus. So we see a shift in terms of the early on during the pandemic to later on. And this is positive news. The more we can keep it to household contacts and clusters, the less likely it is to be going for the virus to go rampage in our community. This next slide here, we see some of the demographic variables such as sex and age. And frankly, there isn't much of a difference between our county and the state average. In Deschutes, we have slightly higher percentage of less than 30-year-olds affected, but not enough really to determine a significant difference. And Commissioner Henderson last time asked a very valid question around, what is the demographic distribution in Deschutes versus Oregon? And we did look at that, and for the most part, we're on par with the state, except that our older population tends to be slightly higher in terms of percentage or proportion compared to the state. So I think we're doing a really good job in terms of, well, not good job, but in terms of where we are compared to the state and the rest of the counties, we are pretty much on par with them. This next slide is looking at the St. Charles data, and I just want to reiterate that this is St. Charles data, the health system, and not just Deschutes County data. So the hospitalized cases may or may not be residents of Deschutes County. And as of yesterday, our ever hospitalized number has remained at 23 for several weeks now. So the number you see here are from other counties perhaps, or residents which are captured in the St. Charles data. My last two slides, which I appreciate that you primed the public and the media already, and I'll be very quick. Just a few words about the importance of wearing masks. It is true that early on in the pandemic, we weren't very clear in terms of communicating the importance of wearing masks, especially for the general public. And really the main reason for that was not necessarily science. It was because we had limited number of supplies and we wanted to make them available for the healthcare workers and the frontline workers primarily. So now I think we've done a better job of increasing the supplies, and frankly, the way I see it is wearing anything is better than nothing. I personally wear a mask in public. I have my kids wear a mask. My wife, it's a bit more difficult to influence her, but I'm doing my best. But in all seriousness, we wear masks to protect other people around us who might be vulnerable, and we don't know them. It's not just by looking at them that we would determine if they're vulnerable or not. They could have underlying condition and look very young and healthy. And selfishly or not, I also wear a mask because I really want Deschutes to remain open, because I want to enjoy my life. I want to go to restaurants. I want to go shopping. I don't want to be scared of this virus circulating in our community so much. So some of it is also for selfish reasons that I want, that I wear a mask. And I think we could do more in terms of mask usage in Oregon. This slide here, this graph you see, shows that Oregon is amongst the, states with low mask usage compared to the other states in the country. Now, my last slide here is that I think we could also do more in Deschutes. I am happy to see that more folks are wearing masks. It's important to remember that the spread of this virus is not a predestined course. I mean, we have shown that our choices can make a difference. It's all about what we do. And I know that we will get through this crisis because Deschutes cares, Deschutes stands united, and Deschutes is smart. So please wear a mask. And if you suspect you've been exposed to anyone with COVID, and even if you're not symptomatic, please do contact your primary healthcare provider to get tested. So with that, I conclude the presentation, and again, thank the health services staff, and thank you for the opportunity to give this short presentation. Over to you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Nahad, that was excellent. Thank you. You were almost perfectly on time. I appreciate that immensely. So
Thank you.
have a lovely day.
Thank you very much. You too. Good luck. I know it's a busy day for you.
Okay. All right, so now we'll go to item number 4, pulled from the consent agenda. Consideration of board signature to the resolution number 2020-033 to approve budget adjustments in the 2019-2020 Deschutes County budget.
So just let you know, my thought process is really kind of taking a moment and acknowledging how tight the budget is run. We made some choices to provide resources for a loan program and childcare, and there's just not extra resources that are budgeted. So this is the changes in the budget that acknowledge our choices that we were making. So yeah, that's why I had pulled this out. The other items, copier, software license, furniture and fixtures, in the amount of $1,500, $4,000. It's just acknowledging that this is our budget.
So, okay, Greg Munn, Acting Treasurer, Chief Financial Officer. I'll just give you a quick update on supplemental budgets. So there's actually 3 of them today on your agenda. This one does not require, the one before you, number 4, does not require a public hearing. The other 2 later today do require public hearings because of the amount, the percentage of increase being asked, requested, compared to the appropriation that is in place right now. That's the difference between the 2. So the one before you today, well, let me step back. In terms of budget process, we are actively involved with our departments and asking them, reminding them over the course of the year, particularly as we get towards the end of the year, asking if there are budgetary needs or expenditures that they've incurred that are beyond the appropriation. We always want to make sure our expenditures come in under appropriation, and if they look like they're not, we need to bring them to the board for approval. So that's what this is here. This item is simply requesting a transfer of appropriation. It's not an increase. It's moving money that's been appropriated budgetarily under contingency into a category that we can actually spend. You'll notice in the tax department, a $1,500 increase here and a $1,500 increase there. I think that is just a note to how tight the budgets are actually planned in advance, that we didn't even have enough room to be able to cover some of these expenses. They're all items. The copier dies every 4 or 5 years, and we have to replace it. It was not foreseen that we would do that. There was a software license addition that we didn't foresee as well either. That's the $4,000 item. We have a $1,500. We purchased and installed a tax drop box out front. You've seen that next to the ballot drop box. That was not foreseen either at the beginning of the year. And we budgeted for a budget for personnel included for an OPSRP employee, a peers OPSRP level, that's tier 3. And after the budget was adopted, some changes were made, and the employee that actually filled that position is a tier 1 employee, so there's some additional PERS expenses that weren't foreseen. In terms of property management, that's line item number 5 on probably the third page, the spreadsheet. Was for a time management leave payout when James Lewis left the county. And then items number 5, 6, and 7. Those are, number 6 is the COIC loan that the board approved, small business loan. So we needed to move budget from a contingency line item to pay for that expenditure, and then the $100,000 transfer to Neighbor Impact for the child care bridge gap funding. That was not budgeted either. So this is housekeeping largely at the end of the year and reflects decisions, for the most part, most of the dollars here are decisions that the board has already made.
Yep. Well, but
I guess what you're saying, Commissioner DeBone, some of these were things that we were doing in response to the COVID-19, trying to reach certain specific areas, the loan for businesses, the money for child care, those were the start of what we've done with along those lines. And we've done some others in the current budget. So,
well, and with the many multi-million-dollar budget down to 8 line items in this amount is pretty amazing. So really, that's kind of what I'm acknowledging.
thank you.
With that, I'll move board signature of resolution number 2020-033 to approve budget adjustments in the 2019-20 budget.
And I'll second that.
Further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Henderson?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Thank you, Greg.
And I would just give you a primer for later this afternoon. We have 2 more supplementals, items 24 and 25. I'll be here for those as well. Number 24 is the increase due to sending funds to PERS for the new site account. That's number 24. And number 25 is a supplemental to approve additional funding out of Fair and Expo Reserve and TRT, transient room tax, to fund the backfill for the fair that we've discussed.
So this morning I got a revised 25. So the 24 was part of The original packet? So this is just, it's here because it's different than the 25 in the packet?
That's right, yeah.
Okay, and then we got a revised 23 also, so you'll talk about.
And the revised 23 is for budget adoption, county budget. Yeah, for county budget adoption. And the change, the reason why you have the revised there is to reflect the reduction of the 5.75 FTE that you decided on Monday.
For 578,000 or something?
Mhm.
Yes.
That's right, yeah. And I'll go over that with you later on today.
Okay. Thank you. Okay, we are now, Nathan Garabee. This is for approval of a performance grant.
Good morning.
Morning, Nathan.
Sorry that when it makes you rejoin, it kind of throws a hiccup. So I'm here, and thank you, commissioners, for shoehorning me in this morning. I apologize for the late notice request, but the 4th of July is next week, and we're so I'll try to be really brief. Both of these items are items that we have done for several years, and so I think first on the agenda is the EMPG grant request. Is that correct, Chair?
Yes, it is.
Okay. So this is the same grant that we have received for several years, at least 10 years. And it is the grant that pays for a significant portion of the emergency management program here in Deschutes County. And we are asking permission to apply for the emergency management performance grant as we have in previous years, and then to receive those funds if awarded. It's based on an allocation, and typically we get around $110,000 a year, which pays for a significant portion of the emergency management program. It can pay up to 50% of the emergency management program.
So when you say that, it basically doubles the capacity. It's like a match that's, our match is
Yes.
that amount also.
Yeah, it's a match program, and the other funds come out of Sheriff's Office District 1 funds for county services.
Nathan, you just, on this application form that you gave us, you just need to correct the duration. At July 1st, it should say 2020.
Yeah,
There's an
apologize.
extra number in there, I think.
Yes, good catch, Commissioner. Right there.
Anyway,
Count on you to catch those for me.
okay, that's what I'm good for. So, no, it's good. Do we have it, Commissioner Henderson?
Yeah, I'll move to authorize the Deschutes County Sheriff's Office to submit an emergency management performance grant application to support Deschutes County's comprehensive emergency management program.
And I'll second it.
Further discussion?
Yeah, thanks for bringing this to us, and good luck.
Thank you, sir.
Commissioner Henderson?
I vote yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Thank you, Nathan.
All
Thank
right.
you for all that
thank
you do, and I'm glad you got a week off to refresh yourself.
Yeah, it was great. Thank you very much.
Great, so now we're at the Amateur Radio Week.
Yeah, and again, this is something we've done for the last few years, and it really is just a great opportunity to recognize members of our community that put in a lot of time and expertise to support various entities around the county. We have numerous amateur radio or auxiliary communication groups in Deschutes County, including ARES, which is Amateur Radio Emergency Services, Central Oregon Auxiliary Radio Emergency Communication Team, which primarily works in South County, down in Lapine area, and then HIDARG, which is High Desert Amateur Radio Group. And about 35 volunteers are actually signed up as volunteers through the Sheriff's Office, which means they've agreed to do the background check, the drug test, and all that to make sure that they can be bona fide volunteers and support Deschutes County operations during emergencies. And so it's really neat to just highlight this week and do this proclamation. We always appreciate it when you do that for them, and they certainly appreciate the recognition. And then this weekend is also the field day, which if it wasn't for COVID-19, typically public is invited and they can show their wares and tools and how they do things. But unfortunately, because of COVID, they're making some changes this year.
So Nathan, I was able to send out a link to this meeting to some of the High Darg and amateur radio folks. So Stephanie in the back, if you see anybody kind of in the queue named Brady, Chris, Kent, Adam, Joe, or Dave, there may be somebody to join us. I don't know. So we went out to a group of people just to talk about the field day this year before the proclamation. It was just a simple email effort that I did last night, just inviting them if possible.
So are they having a virtual field day then?
Yes, essentially, my understanding is field day is going to be, folks will just do it from their homes and it's really an opportunity to just connect around the world and the country.
So it looks like Kent may be the winner today to be able to tell us if he knows about field day.
Yeah, Kent should be able to talk about that.
Kent, would you like to join us?
It's, yep, maybe.
You may have to unmute.
Yeah, it looks like it's mute. You can see the mute on the lower left.
Thank you.
There you go.
Yes, the virus has given us a chance to demonstrate that we are versatile in how we can perform for emergency communications. And some people will still be out in the field. Some people will still have emergency power. And thank you very much for the proclamation for all hams. Thank you very much.
Thank you for joining us today.
So Kent, the field day is happening it's basically around the world, is that correct?
That's correct. Yes, that's correct.
And we've seen it hosted in Sisters, and I think it was up at the State Park, or on Federal Park in La Pine on the side of Newberry Crater last year, and the year before I was able to tour that. So it's an event that's been going on a long time, and it's a great exercise in getting your equipment out, making sure you're connecting with people, knowing you have backup power, and this is a capacity, a capability, and for emergency communication. So thank you very much for your efforts and for the whole group.
Yeah, I would just like to say that last year La Pine and the group in La Pine and the group up here in the Bend got together for a field day, and shows that we can cooperate between groups.
Yep, thank you.
So with that, I'll move adoption of the proclamation declaring Amateur Radio Week of June 22nd to the 28th, 2020.
And I'll second it.
Further discussion? Commissioner Henderson?
I vote yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. And I believe that it's now our opportunity to read the declaration, the proclamation. Commissioner DeBonne, do you want to start and read the first four?
Sure.
And then Commissioner Henderson, you can read the next four, and I'll close.
Teamwork. So a proclamation declaring Amateur Radio Week of June 22nd to the 28th, 2020. Whereas amateur radio operators are celebrating over a century of the miracle of the human voice broadcast over the airwaves. And whereas amateur radio has continued to provide a bridge between peoples, societies, and countries by creating friendships and sharing of ideas. Whereas amateur radio operators have also provided countless hours of community services to emergency service agencies and to other local organizations throughout these decades. And whereas the amateur radio services are provided wholly uncompensated.
And whereas the County of Deschutes also recognizes the services amateur radio operators provide to the Deschutes County Sheriff's Office Emergency Management and to our many civilian emergency response organizations. including the American Red Cross, the Oregon Department of Transportation, and the region's hospitals. And whereas these same individuals have further demonstrated their value in public assistance by providing free radio communications for local events such as bicycle events and marathons where no other communications are available, and participate in disaster preparedness presentations throughout the county. And whereas the County of Deschutes recognizes and appreciates the diligence of these hams who also serve as weather spotters in the Skywarm program of the U.S. Government Weather Bureau. And whereas the American Radio Relay League, ARRL, is the leading organization for the amateur radio in the USA.
And whereas the ARRL Amateur Radio Field Days exercise will take place on June 24th and the 25th, 2020?
Yeah. so-
Yes, I think we needed an
27,
update.
28, yep.
Yeah, hopefully that's maybe a different days.
Edit.
And is a 24-hour emergency preparedness exercise and demonstration of the radio amateur's skills and readiness to provide self-supporting communications without further infrastructure being required. Now, therefore, be it resolved that we, the Board of County Commissioners for the County of Deschutes, do hereby recognize and designate June 22nd through the 28th, 2020 as Amateur Radio Week in Deschutes County, attested by the Deschutes County Board of Commissioners. Nathan, do you know the right dates? Is that for this weekend?
So that'd be the 27th and 28th.
Okay,
Yeah, I'll update a new one for your signatures. I'll email it over.
okay, great.
Thank you. That's what happens when you try to read those on a phone at last minute, so.
Phone reading is difficult at times.
Thanks for joining us, Kent.
All right.
Thank you. Thank you, Kent.
You're welcome. Thank you.
Thanks, Kent.
Okay, so we now are with Cody. Cody Smith?
I'm here. Good morning, everyone. For the record, Cody Smith, Deschutes County Road Department. So Rickard Road is an east-west collector road that connects 27th Street and Knott Road to Highway 20 on the southeast corner of Bend. The easterly 2 miles of Rickard Road, so that's generally the portion east of Groff Road, is presently a gravel road. The Rickard Road, Groff Road US 20 project is identified in the department's 5-year road capital improvement plan. And the project is also identified as a high priority project in the county's transportation system plan. The project will include improving the easterly 2 miles of Rickard Road, that's a gravel road, to a paved road that meets our collector road standard, as well as improving the intersection of Rickard Road and Highway 20, and also pavement preservation on Rickard Road west of the improved section back to Gosney Road. So the road department issued a request for proposals for engineering services for the project on April 1st. The department received 6 proposals. We scored the proposals and determined that the top ranking proposer was HWA Inc. Before you this morning is a notice of intent to award the contract for the engineering of the project to HWA Inc. With a contract not to exceed amount of $189,310. Issuance of the notice of intent to award will begin a 1-week protest period, and if no protests are received from interested parties during that period, the contract will be awarded administratively. Subject to awarding the contract, design work for the project is anticipated to start in early July. Construction of the project is anticipated to begin next summer and to be completed by the end of next year. The total project cost right now, including engineering and construction, is estimated to be about $2.5 million. With that, I'll give it back to the board chairman and happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Cody. Are there any questions?
No questions.
No question.
I just actually drove down Ricard Road on the dirt road not too long ago, so it's definitely, it will be nice as it's, what is it? An east-west corridor, back way, be rather helpful out there.
Its functional classification is a collector road, so
Okay,
it's collecting local traffic from adjacent local roads and distributing that traffic out to the higher order roads such as Highway 20 and Knott Road, 27th Street. So yeah, definitely a needed project.
So I'll move chair signature of document number 2020-425, a notice of intent to award contract for engineering services for the Rickard Road, Groff Road to US 20 Improvement Project to HWA Incorporated.
I will second it.
further discussion?
I
Commissioner Henderson?
vote yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Thank you, Cody.
Thank you.
Okay, Kyle?
Good morning, commissioners. Let me start my video really fast. There we go. All right, commissioners, good morning. For the record, Kyle Collins, Associate Planner. Today I am here to discuss a second reading of ordinance number 2020-012, which is a series of text amendments related to Deschutes County Code Titles 1, 15, and 18. So some background and follow-up. On June 10th of 2020, the board closed a noticed public hearing, closed the written record, and completed deliberations on the proposed amendments to alter Titles 1, 15, and 18 of the Deschutes County Code, which incorporated changes to the Oregon Structural Specialty Code, which is otherwise known as the State Building Code, regarding the authority of our local building official and related land use authority from the Deschutes County Planning Division. Some additional housekeeping and minor text amendments were proposed, which address recent changes to the Oregon Fire Code and some minor technical corrections to the Deschutes County Code. During those deliberations, the board completed their first reading by title only of the draft ordinance, and staff would now present ordinance 2020-012 for a second reading and consideration of any proposed edits or future adoption. And that's really all that I have. Board, I would turn it back to you for any questions that you might have.
Okay. Thank you very much, Kyle. Okay, do we need to have a motion for the second reading, or can I just read it?
You would have a motion to
Okay.
for second reading by title only, and then that needs to be followed after you read that with a motion to adopt.
Okay,
I'll move approval of second reading of ordinance number 2020-012, text amendment to titles 1, 15, and 18.
I'll second it.
any further discussion? Commissioner Henderson?
Vote yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. So, an ordinance amending Deschutes County Code Titles 1, 15, and 18 to incorporate changes to Chapter 1 of the Oregon State Structural Code, changes to the Oregon Fire Code, and housekeeping amendments available for local adoption to ensure the overall safety and effectiveness of the Community Development Program per ordinance number 2020-012
I'll move
by title only.
I'll move adoption of ordinance number 2020-012.
I'll second that.
Further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner
Yes.
Henderson? Okay, and the chair votes yes. So, I've read it. Wonderful. Thank you very much, Kyle.
Of course, Commissioner. Have a great day.
Thank you. All right. It looks like Peter Russell.
Morning, board. I'm updating my settings here. Takes a little while when I rejoin.
Thank you.
There I am. Okay. Good morning, commissioners. This is a time for consideration of second reading of board ordinance number 2020-008, which will amend the Deschutes County Transportation System Plan to 1, add roundabouts at the US 20 Cook-Obie-Riley intersection and the US 20 Old Redmond highway intersection, add those to our TSP map, and amend tables 5.3T1 and 5.3T2, which deal with essentially your capital improvement projects. And 3, amend the text on pages 150 and 166. This is in relation to an ODOT land use application, file 247-19-000894. This was approved by the board in an earlier meeting in May. You then held May 13th, closed the record on May 20th, deliberated on June 3rd, where you approved it, and then you held first reading of the ordinance on the date, which is on June 10th. So this is this consideration of second reading, any proposed edits, and then motion to adopt. With that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Are there any questions this morning?
Did you mention, were there slight edits, or was this a package stable since the first reading?
It's pretty much stable since the first one.
Yeah, so okay.
So I'd move second reading of ordinance number 2020-008 to amend the Deschutes County Transportation Plan to, 1, add roundabouts at US 20 Cook Obie Riley and US 20 Old Bend Redmond Highway to the TSP map, and 2, to amend TSP tables 5.3T1, 5.3T2, and amend text on pages 150 and 166.
I'll second it. You kind of read it by the whole thing already.
Okay, further discussion?
Oh, I was reading from the agenda, so if I,
Well, but that's the title of the.
No, that's the
Okay.
title. It's perfect. It was
Okay.
read every.
okay,
It was great.
I'll vote yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. I'll read by title. An ordinance amending Deschutes County Transportation System Plan to add roundabouts at US 20 Cook Obie Riley and US 20 Old Bend Redmond Highway intersections and amend tables 5.3 T1 and 4.3 T2. And that doesn't, and amend text isn't on there, so I'm assuming that is okay.
I'll move adoption of ordinance number 2020-008.
I'll second that.
Further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Henderson?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. So thank you, Peter.
Thank you. See you in a bit.
Okay. Yes, later. Okay. Okay, we are now at the CDD 2021 work plan deliberations. Mr. Lilac.
Thank you, Commissioners. Good morning. Nick Lilac, Deschutes County Community Development Director. You conducted a public hearing a couple of weeks ago on June 10th regarding the draft Community Development Department work plan for the next fiscal year. We had a number of public comments submitted to you prior to that day. I'll summarize those here as we go through the presentation. And I'll just go, there's a matrix in your packet. I don't expect anybody to be able to read this, either online, at home, or wherever they may be. Rather, what I've done is I've prepared each slide that summarizes each decision point for the board, and I hope that this is also helpful and informative to the public so they can see what the question is that's on the matrix, and then what the board's choices are in whether to add the item to the work plan, to modify the work plan, modify the item and add it to the work plan, or to not add it to the work plan. So the purpose of this morning is to deliberate, and if the board is comfortable following the deliberations, to adopt the work plan as proposed or as modified. But this is not a land use matter, so it is your choice if you choose to move forward this morning. If the board's prepared, we'll go ahead and walk through effectively the matrix that you have. I'm happy to summarize any of the comments that are in the matrix, and then we'll go through each of these. So the first item in the matrix is to add a special acknowledgement in the introduction to the work plan that the Community Development Department remained open for business during the COVID-19 pandemic. This was a recommendation by the Planning Commission. They were very, very pleased that the Board of County Commissioners and the Community Development Department kept the department open throughout the pandemic, and we have been from the beginning, and we are to this point as well. So that's the first decision point. If you choose to add the work plan, add it to the work plan as they recommended, or not.
I say yes.
Of course.
So yeah, just some positive statements about how work productivity in a very dynamic time was kept up, and the community response for that.
Your team was outstanding.
Thank you very much, and of course, we certainly can only do so with your support and county administration support. So thank you very much. We'll add that. Number 2, in the planning division section, add a new work plan project to track economic recovery by establishing indicators to determine whether the county is improving or worsening. This was also recommended by the Planning Commission. We did discuss this both in the work session on May 20th and again briefly on June 10th about whether this is something that the board would be interested in adding to the work plan or not. This is an area where we work very closely with economic development for Central Oregon, with our chambers of commerce, with Central Oregon Visitors Association. So we look at a lot of those different trends. So it's really a board decision on whether to add it to the work plan and or not.
So there's a lot of this analysis that's happening. We do have that Central Oregon Business Index gets published quarterly by our local newspaper. University of Oregon economists do that, plus, as you mentioned, EDCO and our local resources. So I don't know that there's a work project for the Community Development Department on that, and it's already kind of done when we do a population report, like if it's happening out of PSU. I know Community Development brings it to the board and the Planning Commission. Okay, this is the new population estimate, and this is where we're seeing the population growth. So, I don't know that there's a project here, but there's definitely support for knowing the current status of the economy.
I believe your reports actually are given out and to see, I know I look at them to see where we're at. Are we, our single-family residences still permits being acquired by our public or not? But I'm not sure that it's something that you need to do internally. Do you have feedback on that, Nick?
Just that it's not something we regularly track in terms of, we're always aware of what the external indicators are. As Commissioner DeBone mentioned, we follow EDCO and all of the Oregon Employment Department. We follow all of those indicators as well, and we can certainly provide updates to the Planning Commission if they're interested on what other agencies are publishing as the commissioners see as well. So I'm not certain that I would see a work plan project here, but I certainly appreciate the Planning Commission's interest in knowing if we're improving or worsening.
Yeah, I guess I would say I don't see it as a project either. It's, as commissioners, that's one of our chief jobs is to kind of pay attention to what's going on in our communities, the economy. We were spokespeople for the economy when the health department and others were saying you've got to close everything down. We're some of the leaders of worrying about, well, what about economically? How are people going to survive? And so I think we do a pretty good job of that. The Planning Commission may not really realize how much we talk about the economy in our meetings. Generally, we all follow our own sources of, whether it's national news and local news, et cetera, but we follow quite a bit of the stuff, I think, so I don't feel that need.
Yeah, I don't believe it needs to be added to your work plan.
Okay.
But I do want to say that unemployment in Deschutes County did go down 2 percentage points to 16.3, which at least it went down. So it's getting better.
It certainly is. And so by not adding it to the work plan, we'll continue to work with the Planning Commission. If there's indicators that they're interested in, we'll provide that information. We continue to monitor it. Thank you.
I was just going to say, Nick, if there's certain information that the Planning Commission would like that we have access to, whether that's solid waste or financial tracking that Greg Munn collects, TRT that goes to COVA and so forth, we'd be happy to help out your staff in just providing you information that you can then share with the Planning Commission.
Yeah, maybe it's that. Maybe it's the reverse of they don't see what we see. Just like TRT it's great that we get that every month, and we go through interest rates every month. We go through all those kinds of things. Plus, we talk about what we see other places. I read Barron's Magazine. It has a lot of economic information. If you have stock portfolios, you notice which companies are doing. Maybe it's just more a reverse thing. We sending to them what we are getting. It might be interesting to them.
We'll make a commitment to in keeping the planning commission informed, particularly of the statistics and the data that we collect, and which we then see what is presented to the board. So we'll do that.
And don't forget the not landfill and the tonnage, because that's a critical indicator.
Yeah, we see that.
So that's another number that they could look at. That's a Deschutes County number. It's, definitely pinpoints what's going on.
The realtor stuff is pretty interesting too, about people, there was a lot of concern that the market would just drop immediately. One, people stop building, but two, prices would go down, and I don't think either of those things have happened because of the kind of optimism nationwide that the economy keeps going. It doesn't feel yet like a 2008 to 2010 recession or whatever. We'll see.
Yeah, I completely agree. And as I mentioned to R.L. Garrigas a couple weeks ago in an interview, our department, we generally get a lot of requests for property information and permits, et cetera, along the West Coast, but now we're receiving them from across the country.
Mm-hmm.
And because there is a lot of interest in Central Oregon for all the reasons that and more people are moving. Thank you. I'll move on to number 3. Now, this is a big one that was requested by Doug White. And specifically, he proposed that the county initiate code amendments to require review and use of reasonable standards and conditions for establishing short-term rental units in the rural residential 10 zone, the RR10 zone. And he provided the definition. Short-term rental units are those dwellings being rented out for less than 30 consecutive days. So he recommended that. He did not talk about prohibiting them, but regulating them. And then the Planning Commission added the last part. They supported that proposal. They then added consider regional variation in the standards. And Commissioner Swisher and Sisters Country said, such as Sisters Country establishing similar standards to the City of Sisters, what they have. So that was a recommendation by the Board of County Commissioners, by the Planning Commission to the Board of County Commissioners. In the matrix, I did just share that this is a very big topic in rural Deschutes County, as you can imagine, given that we've had short-term rentals in our county for decades, and of course they're required in our destination resorts. Certainly a lot of opinions on this, and if the board were to support this action, we would of course go through that process to develop the regulations, and then it would be a significant undertaking to monitor those approvals and compliance, et cetera. So I just want to share that information with you, but I'm not taking a position on it. I'm just sharing with you that this is a significant proposal to add this project to the work plan.
So my question is, why this year? What's new about the issue? And then I'd like a little background from you about other counties. I think Hood River regulates their county-wide rentals.
So why this year? Doug White proposed it this year. We didn't. I don't know if there's any other. There's nothing else that prompted this proposal to be added other than him suggesting it, and perhaps it was. And he suggested it during the month of April when. I think there was particularly a lot of concern about were people visiting when maybe they shouldn't be. And he just raised issues with parking and usage.
Yeah, he's had a specific, isn't he off of, that road out there, what's it called?
Near Buck Canyon.
Buck Canyon, yeah, near Buck Canyon. And so it's a specific, because we had complaints about the parking and use during the lockdown for that specifically. And I assume there's other places around the county that had similar complaints. Absent the virus aspects of this, does everybody have the same? I mean, is it widespread to do this generally, or to talk about it generally, or?
Thank you, Commissioner. That's a great question. I'm only aware of 2 Oregon counties that regulate short-term rentals. As you mentioned, Hood River County and Clatsop County are the only 2 Oregon counties that I'm aware of that regulate short-term rentals. A number of cities do, but I'm not aware of a lot of counties.
So my thought is not to lean into this right now. If this is a topic that gets more traction and comes back next year, if there's a bigger picture here, that's fine to have this discussion, but not this year's work plan is my thought. And on the planning commission, I mean, if they get motivated and really want to put more direction to it, they could let us know also.
What was the vote on their support for it? Did you know? Do you
It was
remember?
unanimous,
Oh, it was, okay.
as most of the recommendations are with the work plan.
Well, and there's, as I say, there's a way to ease your way into this and put more definition to it. But as I say, I'd like to see it mature a little bit more. Somebody want to write up, I mean, if the planning commission would they have the authority to ask you to kind of put a report together that, talks about other counties that do this, what domains would be regulated, what's the difference between urban and rural, because there's all kinds of topics in here, but I don't see adding this to the work plan specifically yet.
One other option, and this just comes to me now, is that, for example, Clatsop County chose to regulate short-term rentals after they completed their housing study for their county, and they recognized, in their opinion, that a lot of their housing units are being utilized for short-term rental, which then consume some of their affordable housing or workforce housing supply. So they chose to do it at that point. As we have in our work plan this year, a major project, and we'll begin to discuss this with you in just a couple of weeks, are the beginning of a rural housing strategy. Maybe it's something to consider after we go through that process, if the board is interested, rather than prior to that conversation.
Yeah, because I would bet the effort in Hood River was very favorable. There's a lot of serious agriculture, so they don't really want, and a lot of the farms spray and do things. They don't really want tourists in the middle of their blocks of pears and apples. I'll bet there was more of that there than there was a housing issue, but I don't know. Maybe it's both. But it'd be interesting if we do our housing study. I think ours is pretty spread out too, which is Clatsop is kind of, they have certain area of buildable land, and then there's nothing, and then it's forest. So, okay, well, that'd be interesting to find out what other counties are doing, I guess, and bring that to.
Yeah, so put it in the queue for talking about next time, or however it might fit in.
Yes, the rural housing strategy seems to be much more relevant, and then we can go on from there, I would think.
Okay, that sounds great. Thank you. We'll keep it on the radar, and we'll revisit it after we complete that project. And then the rural accessory dwelling units, should that be successful, there is a piece of that legislation that may address it as well. So
that's where it'll pop right up. Yeah.
Conversation about regulating that.
You mean Senate Bill 88? Or
There's a provision in that legislation, which is still possible this summer, having spoken with AOC, that just would not allow for both units, the primary dwelling and the accessory dwelling units, to both be utilized for short-term rentals. One of the two would need to be long-term rental, at least. Okay, if we can move on to decision number 4. Gary Grund proposed that we strengthen historic preservation regulations in the county. We have had some good conversations with the Historic Landmarks Commission recently, and these recommendations will come to the Board of Commissioners later this summer to incorporate some new best practices from the state model historic preservation code into our local historic preservation code. And it was during those discussions that Mr. Grund suggested that we look at strengthening other regulations as well. And so he asked that we include this in the work plan, which we have presented this to you. And there weren't specifics about what this would mean. So our suggestion is we could either just add this as a general work plan item, as Mr. Grund suggested, to strengthen historic preservation regulations, or perhaps a better alternative would be to defer this decision to the discussion of the projects to include in our next fiscal year, 2021-2022 Certified Local Government Grant, CLG, application process. What that process is we prepare a grant application every 18 months to the State Historic Preservation Office, SHPO, about the projects we would like to undertake in the next couple of years. And then they always fund those projects. We have an in-kind match. So perhaps this would be a better discussion during that process that would be paid for by the state. The last option would be to not add it to the work plan at this time.
Well, as someone who does believe that we need to preserve our history, but it does seem to make sense to defer this decision, item number 2, like you said. So, you know, I think there's a lot of really wonderful things out there in Deschutes County, and that's what creates our, why we live here. And I don't want to lose them. So, anyway.
Well, so, yeah, and I like that idea. You know, this kind of fits in the same concept. Let's acknowledge it, let's accept it, but not put it in the work plan at this time, and make a plan for it, which is exactly what you're suggesting.
I'm fine with that.
Okay.
Okay, very good. Thank you. We'll move on to number 5. This was proposed by Matt Cyrus, and there were a couple of others involved in the initial conversation. Matt formally submitted it, was to discuss limiting hemp production in rural residential zones. There were a couple of people that requested it, and so I actually like the way he framed this, is let's have this conversation. It's not saying which zones or we shall do it, but it really raises this issue before the Board of Commissioners and Community Development Department to have this conversation. Is this something we're interested in? And if so, would it be the rural residential 10 zone? Would it be the multiple use agricultural 10 zone? Would it just be one of the two, or neither? So you're welcome to, of course, the 2 options to add it to the work plan as he recommended. And this is my mistake. It says recommended by the Planning Commission. That's my mistake. It was recommended by Matt Cyrus, or is modified by the board, or not to include it. This was submitted after.
Yeah, I like the idea of including it because I think part of this is drawn, I think, by the fact that, like marijuana before it, one of the reasons people didn't want it grown in their areas has to do with odor. And hemp has this similar odor, and it's distasteful for most people, or disagreeable to most people. And I guess it's this whole issue of what is rural residential supposed to be used for. So I think it'd be a good conversation to have. It might make our county more livable, so to speak, that rural properties might like their outdoor living and things more. If it would be something to consider. I don't really know how, I mean, I know that people, Matt and then Jan Olson has also promoted it, and it as an idea, and I don't know how much is really being grown where, and because I don't, but I was just showing somebody a field yesterday that just could have easily, on Deschutes Market Road, that was small enough to be in our R10 or MUA. It's not a very big parcel. So I'd be interested in studying that and studying what the economics of it are, because it's just an issue.
Yes, I would like it put in our plan to discuss it.
Doesn't make sense to me. I mean, if somebody could grow something on a piece of land for a profit, are we saying our rural residential areas are only for residential purposes? I mean, where does wealth creation happen? And if you have a natural resource, and why are we limiting it? So, as I said, I just don't go down that path.
Well, I know
it's more generic statement.
Some of the people proposing it weren't opposed to marijuana in those places necessarily, but that said, to me it's the same discussion. I guess I'd be interested where the Oregon Farm Bureau would be on this, because they were the big advocates. You should be able to grow marijuana wherever.
Does the right to farm provisions cover all zones, or just EFU?
Just EFU.
EFU, based on my understanding.
Because, I mean, I'm a baler tractor swather owner, and I make a big, dusty, loud mess in the summer on an EFU parcel, and I don't do it on my rural resident, and I live on rural residential 10. I don't do it there, so I never thought through that. You know, what if I tried to hay 5 of my acres or something? I don't know. I've never tried to, but I never thought about it. But I don't, yeah.
Well, if you're closer to Smith Rock, we could use it for parking.
Yes. He's at the wrong end of the county.
Yeah.
So I'm going to have it as an agenda item. It sounds like Commissioner Dare is also.
I would gotten a lot of comments from people. Of course, out where I live, there's EFU land that are surrounding homeowners, and so it's going to make for a very interesting summer. But you saw what's happened to the price of hemp, because the market was flooded since about 2016, so the market's been totally flooded, the price has been decimated, and then, of course, last year, the weather was not conducive to hemp and/or hay raising in Central Oregon. I mean, it was a really hard year to get a crop and actually get paid for it. So
Yeah.
it should be, I think it's something we should bring up, I know, from both sides of the issue.
Yeah. Plus, there's the issue, it's not the same of being an illegal substance for federally or for kids to be associated with, so it doesn't have that same connection to marijuana. But what we've learned at AOC in a number of meetings that I've been in was the amount of, and I guess our sheriff's talked about it too, the amount of illegal marijuana being grown in hemp fields. How do you regulate that when they don't have enough inspectors? And if it's an attractant, I mean, so I guess if you had the reduced number of areas where it was, it might be easier to track that. So anyway, good.
Okay.
That's it.
Well, so, we're talking about hemp specifically here, and as I say, I'm thinking more generically. I mean, if you can put a seed in the ground and grow something and somebody wants to buy it, are we really prohibiting that in the rural residential zone? So that's why I'm sticking where I'm at here. Is this going to be very specifically just hemp that this discussion would happen?
That's what.
Well, nobody wants to put 100 pig farms in, or we'd be having the same
I've got
discussion.
pigs too, and they don't stink.
Yeah, well, 100 pigs stink. Maybe you're don't. But
well, the difference between bagged feed and controlled feeding and backing up a truckload of food waste from a restaurant. So you can make it stink, or you can have it not stink. So I'm just joking around here.
Yeah, but I mean, I think that's the driver in this. That there's this purity about farming. But if somebody wanted to put 100 pig farms or 100 dairy farms in Deschutes County, and you have all these pre-existing homes out there thinking they bought into nice, scenic, but also pleasant places to live, I think we'd be debating that. And
That
would be a
When you
limit on
can
the
sit
number of
outside and
animals.
enjoy your view.
So that's the.
So I'd say, that's a limit on number of animals. Would be different than growing a crop, I think, and agricultural water available. So there's a discussion around that whole thing.
That's the scope of the problem. If anything, we'll see what the scope of it is.
Yes.
Thank you, Commissioners. I'm hearing that we have a couple of commissioners that are interested in including it, so we'll add it to the work plan.
Another.
And so now we're on to decision number 6. We have a couple proposed by Ms. Gould. And I just want to say, I genuinely appreciate Ms. Gould's. She carefully reviews the document every year. She always has suggestions, and they're very thoughtful. And whether we add those or not, it's based on the board and her proposals each year. But she cares, and I'm not suggesting we add either of these, or maybe we do or not. But we speak to her frequently about a lot of topics, and I appreciate her input. Number 6. Add a natural resource stewardship position to inventory assets and uses, trails, wildlife, rare Oregon plants on county-owned lands, oversee conservation easements, et cetera. And we didn't talk about where this position might be. She suggested to the Community Development Department work plan. We talked about if such a position were supported by the board, would this be better in the office with the county forester, which is informally the Natural Resources Department. So it's a decision for the board. Do we want to include this in the work plan as a discussion topic as she proposed or modified by the board, or not to add it to the work plan?
So like you, I appreciate what Ms. Gould says on lots of things. She's very thoughtful, and she's very, I appreciate her citizen participation. I actually kind of like this idea to be talked about. I don't necessarily know if we want to do it or not, but it's one thing to have the scenery living here, but the wildlife is a factor, and I think we're doing things now that are eliminating a lot of wildlife from easy access. I mean, you can go out maybe in the forest and see them, but they're not in the 20% of the county that we actually regulate. And people don't talk about this with the irrigation systems, but piping all this irrigation is taking their water supply away. That has a huge impact on wildlife. And so I think and so we rely on Oregon Fish and Wildlife and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife, but they have their own agendas. I mean, they have their own dictates. So in terms of keeping Oregon and Deschutes County specifically livable and having wildlife, I'm kind of interested. I don't know whether it should be, like you said, in forest or in community development, but it's interesting thought to me, because I'm at these meetings where nobody brings up what this impact is from, if you do A, it causes B. And this whole, as particularly with the water, I've been kind of shocked that nobody talks about it with all this. Everybody wants to get all the water in the river. One little river going right through the middle of their county. We built this entire artificial river system 100 years ago that brought in a lot of wildlife, and I don't know, it's just there's nobody that brings this up, and with other things too, because so anyway, it kind of interests me as a position. I don't know, and I think it would interest a lot of people that live here and taxpayers. It's kind of a new effort, but it affects lots of people. So I don't know.
So Nick, the grant that we were awarded last year, did that have something to do with like how many animals, et cetera, are out there? I mean, have we done any work on that because of COVID?
Good question. What the grant does is it allows us to hire an independent contractor that's a wildlife biologist that's going to review the new Oregon Fish and Wildlife inventories for Deschutes County of the animals and of their wildlife habitat, the amount of space. And so we're going to work through that process with a consultant. We'll bring that contract to the board here in the next couple of weeks to approve that contract. So it will begin to review the new inventory data, the numbers and the habitat. So it is directly related to this concept.
That's what I was thinking, except for like the rare organ plants, that wouldn't be part of that person's scope, would it?
Right, correct, it would not be.
Okay, all right. So, I mean, I think that's important, that that's something that we are actually doing. It might not be a position within Deschutes County, but it's something that we are going to contract for. So definitely, I think it's helpful for what Ms. Gold is asking us to take part of, to be responsible.
So the request was on county-owned lands. So county-owned does own parcels. We don't own a county forest, and we don't have like trail systems. So I'm just trying to, tease out what we're talking about here.
With regard to county.
Well, that was the opening statement.
I would see it as more county-regulated lands, that the big picture, because what I feel like I've seen in a lot of the hearings is Fish and Wildlife, for instance, has very specific agendas that may or may not relate to what the people of Deschutes County want, for instance, and the U.S. Fish and Wildlife has the same. So there's nobody that talks about, well, is this what people in our county want with regard to wildlife or habitat or all that sort of thing? They have a very different scope, and they're not really, it seems like sometimes they're just adverse to what we're trying to do, and they're not like working, saying, well, we could do this to help get both goals. I don't know, that's just kind of my interest.
Well, and, so back to the concept, I mean, our county forester is to support. We don't have forest lands that a forester is doing forestry on.
Yeah.
We have them doing Project Wildfire, weed management, community support for, homeowners, small property owners, not the county's forests or whatever. So we kind of have some of this capacity already. There may be a different way to task if there's
that might be
projects.
But knowing about animals is different than knowing about plants and trees, I guess, so it might be best in that place. But this was just a request to put this in the work plan as something to look into and think about.
Right, and Commissioners, one suggestion would be, rather than, as initially proposed, add a natural resource stewardship position. Another way to phrase it might be consider a natural resource stewardship position or services, and continue it on. So that we would have the conversation kind of like we would have.
Yeah, I like the idea of considering it. You know, I don't know yet what to do, but I'm just framing it in my experiences at meetings where there's broad brush groups of people. And I'll just, you know, again, with regard to the water situation, water planning is dominated by a spotted frog, which is not in my top 10 of wildlife I want to be able to see around, because I don't really see it much. It's a small thing, you know. So who's looking out for all the impacts on everything else as we plan around one item? And that's just an example. I mean, it's not politically correct for me to say that, but I think it's true for lots of people that live here. They'd rather see stuff when they're out on hikes and walks rather than these, you know, denuded forests of animal life because there's not enough water sources anymore. I mean, we're seeing that, I think,
No, and it's just like the vegetation along the canals that used to feed from the canals. They're no longer being watered, and so things are going to start looking differently from all the piping.
the ducks and the geese.
Right.
In the canals and stuff,
Yes,
you know.
I know. It definitely has been impactful. And then, of course, you have like the spotted frog that's being attacked by the bullfrog. So then they're saying, well, we have to kill the bullfrog. And I'm like, oh my gosh, you know, survival of the fittest.
Like the barred owl and the
Yes.
spotted owl, yeah.
Yes. So if you're spotted, yes.
So I'd like, to put context around what's the vision here, because, sometimes you see a motivation is, well, let's analyze this, let's call this an endangered species, and let's do this. But really, there's a goal, and the goal is to stop development outside of urban area. There's pretty black and white vision. So what's the vision of this? My point is, you're providing a vision of, well, wouldn't it be nice to have wildlife in the forest, the place people walk? That's different than, let's look for any reason to justify stopping development somewhere.
Well, right, I'm not really trying to stop any development.
I'm saying, let's get a vision of why we're doing this.
Example, I like the part of water in Deschutes County that I use the most is this little canal, or it's a big canal near our house. So that's where I see my ducks and my geese. I seldom go to the river. So there's
Do you have
people
them named
throughout.
at all, or
What's that?
you name them?
No,
I'm just joking
no,
around, yeah.
no. But I see them.
My ducks and geese,
And I like it. And I see the
Yeah,
deer
no, I
that
know
come
what you're saying.
into
Yep.
our areas. But I think those are things that people,
Yeah, but
that's as much why people live here as well as the fact that it's pretty. But,
Okay, but then the
that
others.
gets to my point, the vision of why, what are we doing that we're supporting here?
So what I'm supporting is somebody that looks at these things from the perspective of the broad base of people that live in Deschutes County, not just the narrow interests, not just the
So harmony with
fishing
environment,
group, or not
harmony
just
with-
the,
Because we have population growth and development pressure.
Yeah.
How do we harmonize?
and somebody that we can refer to as maybe as an expert in those issues that can better inform other residents here, because we have a spread out population and lots of people live here so I just think it'd be a worthwhile thing to think about now. And I think it'd be supported by lots of people that are Deschutes residents. I mean, it would be a expenditure that people it's worth considering.
Oh, yeah.
As a staff thing.
Well,
Is that what you're asking?
Well,
I think after the study that's done by the expert we're going to hire will be very enlightening to us. I mean, the fact that the number of cougars in Oregon has doubled in the last so many years, it's gone from like 3,000 to 8,000. So, there's all sides of this. And what are they going to eat if there aren't as many deer? So, yeah, I know. It should be interesting to see what we do find out. And how soon are we going to be able to hire that person, Nick?
We just conducted the interviews this week, and we'll have a recommendation for the board. I think it's on July 6th, so it's.
Oh, and Monday then, that day.
It's coming up very soon for the
Okay.
board's consideration.
Right.
So it sounds like there's support to consider.
Okay.
Yes.
So does that sound?
Yeah.
Congratulations, Nunzi.
We'll consider that. Thank you very much. Okay, number 7, also proposed by Ms. Gould. She requested that we define affordable housing to measure progress for this specific type of housing stock. A couple of options that I suggested. One is to add it to the work plan as proposed. Another option would be to discuss this as part of the rural housing strategies work plan project. or another option is to not to add it to the work plan and instead rely on some of the commonly used affordable housing definitions that are already available.
Well, so again, this is an interesting thought, and I think it's important to define it so we know what we're missing. I don't know how we define it, but it kind of bothers me that in all the talk I hear about it, to me, it's a price point. It's, we need stuff between 100 and 200,000 that you can buy. So what is that? It's not, and so because there's plenty of houses 200 plus. I mean, they're building them to beat the band all over the county. There's lots of apartments. So maybe there is something. So to me, it's a little more refined, like what market's really missing. Where can't people enter? And to me, it's stuff that's disappeared over the last 20 years. I mean, it was here 20 years ago. You could buy things at market. And then we're not having any discussions about manufactured homes, which is one of the most economical and still gives you pride of ownership. There's just a lot of things. So I don't know if it's really defining affordable housing as so much as honing in on this part that's just missing. I mean, nobody's doing it. And I put up on my Facebook, I went out and looked at core land trusts projects this last week. They're a group that is different than Habitat, but they're getting land donated for free, so then they can do less expensive housing. They can do the cottage code in Bend. So on half acre, they're putting 5 cottages. They're doing one right over off 8th Street, and they're doing one on 27th Street. So that's a model that maybe we'll see some of that at the Redmond project, but they're offering housing, but it's deed restricted, so you can only get so much appreciation, but it gets people into an affordable spot. Those kinds of things, I really, and again, the manufactured homes, I mean, were a very practical living system for about 40 years. I mean, lots of communities did a lot of it, and now there's no focus on that. Even RV parks seem to be a possibility rather than have RVs on streets. If there were RV parks that, I don't know. So I guess that's what I would like to define, because I don't see that being defined very well with groups that are made up sometimes of people that see it as a health issue or something else. I see it as just what can you buy or what can you get into, and I don't know. And is affordable housing subsidized? When you build $400 square foot apartments and rent them for as if they were $100, is that affordable housing, or is that just subsidized housing? I mean, which is different to me, but.
Well, and I support having this conversation. The Rural Housing Strategies Work Plan is mentioned here, so I don't know.
What is the rural housing strategies? Because that seems like that doesn't include the cities.
Right. It can include the cities, but the way we're going to begin to propose it to the commission in July is here are the number of vacant residential lands we have designated already in the rural county that are zoned RR10, MUA 10, in unincorporated communities and destination resorts, and to share with you how many of those vacant parcels we have. But then we want to have the conversation with the board of, if we're going to begin to look at strategies of how to increase housing supply, what are the board's goals? Do you want to look at, for example, updating or changing state laws where we can for rural manufactured home parks, rural RV parks, other types of changes to state law, having exactly those conversations. Yeah. And then how would you like to have that conversation? Would you like to have it with the commission? Would you like to have it with a committee? A lot of different strategies. So we're going to begin to have that conversation with you again next month of what does this rural housing strategies project look like? Where does it go?
Because the community, whatever that state agency is that includes housing, they did those statewide tours doing the housing assessments. They've done a lot of work on, but they have all these goals other than just price. I mean, other than just how to get it more, less cost for the user. Maybe
Actually,
we integrate it in somehow as our best start, or?
I would integrate it in with the rural housing strategies, and, work on the definition within that option. I think it makes a lot of sense. It was like this morning on the radio, they were saying if you have a rent issue, if your adjusted gross income is 80%, well, here, we're talking 60%, where is it to be affordable? So,
What I would like,
it's an issue that we deal with, and we hear from people that have been here for 20 years and can no longer afford to live here, and they want to stay.
so, and be careful with the use of the term, as in, I'm going to build an affordable house, which means, 60% of area median income, qualified, something. Or I'm going to build an affordable house, which is subsidized housing because we want you to have a cheaper place that's not market rate. I mean, so there's just different ways it can be used.
Mm-hmm. And what we want to encourage, or what we're proposing or promoting. So it sounds like we're unanimous to include that in there in some
Is
means.
that clear enough, Nick?
Great, yeah, very clear, thank you.
Thank you.
Lots of information.
I just have one final one for your consideration, is to consider updating the outdoor and greenhouse lighting control ordinance to comply with new technologies and dark skies best practices. This comment was submitted after the close of the record, June 17th. The person apologized for missing the May 20th and the June 10th hearings. I also apologize because I went to this event at their request many, many months ago and said I would try to remember to reach out to them to propose this. So this is for the board's consideration. Would you consider accepting the public comments submitted on June 17th and adding to the work plan the consideration of updating effectively the county's dark skies ordinance? And it doesn't commit to doing so, but is this something that we would consider this next fiscal year?
I would consider adding it, just because if it's from the 1990s, it's been over 20, it's been a long time. So whatever date in the 1990s, it does seem like we should look at it.
I might propose doing kind of a two-step process here, because technology, LED lights, dark skies themselves, new construction, so do an analysis, because I'm thinking the outcome of this is going to be code changes, right? I mean, that's probably where this would go. Or is that code changes to Deschutes
It could
County?
be, right. It could be changes to the code.
So do a full-on analysis in preparation, but don't think we need to do it in this one fiscal year, is my thought.
Yeah, I'm okay thinking about it and looking at it. I've dealt with that a lot in resorts where the lighting, there's these restrictions. I remember one time changing this light fixture 3 times because it didn't quite meet what Caldera wanted, and it's like, oh man.
That's the kind of stuff we want to get into.
And then I rebuilt the fixture so the lighting would be different. And I don't know. I'm fine having it as part of the discussion, as what's available and what products and what needs there are. I've always thought that lighting at night was more about safety and visibility if something comes up than it is about anything else. So I don't know.
Yes, I appreciate it at night when I'm walking out to the barn, and if there's any other mountain lions out there or something.
Or when my dog starts barking loud.
Yes.
Inside the house, and you wonder what he's barking at.
But understanding what dark skies are also. I mean, I used
Right.
to work in an observatory when we opened up the dome at night. The stars that you could see with your eyes were way too bright for our telescope. So, I mean, understanding what dark skies are is different than this light glow that might be out there. I mean, dark skies are different. It's important.
Okay.
Okay, commissioners, if there aren't, unless you have any other suggested changes, we would respectfully request that you consider adopting it with the changes made today, which are adding the special acknowledgement about remaining open.
So I'd move approval of CD. I'll rush into this.
Yep.
DFY 2020-21 work plan as proposed with the changes made today.
I'll second it.
Any further discussion?
Thanks for your good work.
Yeah, thank you.
Commissioner Henderson?
Vote yes.
Mr. DeBonne?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Thank you, Nick.
Thank you very much. I will stay here. I can move if there's public testimony, as our staff will be presenting for the next 2 public hearings, so I'll remain in the room.
I'm going to take a quick break.
Okay,
But you can.
all right. All right, so. Okay, we are,
Within 4 minutes?
it's a miracle. Okay, prior to the public hearing, I am supposed to ask all Zoom participants to use the raise your hand feature to speak. So just wanted to let you know, if you are on Zoom and you want to speak, please use the raise your hand.
Okay.
Okay. Peter,
Yes. Morning, board again. Peter Russell, Senior Transportation Planner. This is the time and place for a hearing on ODOT's text amendment to amend our transportation system plan for a raised median barrier and J-turns between Bend and Redmond and disconnecting Vanderbilt Road from US 97. Let's see. I have a couple of announcements that Chair Adair and I get to read, so if you're ready, Chair Adair, I can start on my part.
sure.
Okay. The Board of County Commissioners will hear oral testimony, receive written testimony, excuse me, and consider the testimony submitted at this hearing. Due to COVID-19, the hearing will be conducted remotely via Zoom. Board and staff will be panelists. Applicant and public will be attendees. We'll have their microphones muted until raised to panelist status by the chair. Process will be as follows. Staff will give its report. Applicant will then be elevated to panelist and unmuted for his or her presentation, then demoted back to attendee status and muted again. For public participating by video, chair will announce the name of the person to be elevated to panelist and unmuted to provide his or her testimony, then be returned to attendee status with microphone muted. For public members participating by telephone, chair will announce the last 4 numbers of the phone number and ask if the person wishes to provide testimony. Person will be elevated to panelist and unmuted and respond yes or no if they wish to provide testimony. If no, they return to attendee status and muted. If yes, the person provides testimony, then is returned to attendee status and muted. The board always has full discretion whether to limit testimony or not in terms of minutes. The hearing is also being recorded. The board may make a decision on this matter today, continue the public hearing to a date certain, or leave the written record open for a specified period of time. The hearing will be conducted in the following order. Staff will give a report on this issue. You can also provide, excuse me, staff will give a report on this issue. We'll then open the hearing to all present remotely as described above. You can also provide the board with a copy of written testimony. Questions to and from the chair may be entertained at any time at the chair's discretion by using the raise your hand feature at Zoom as described by Chair Adair. Cross-examination of people testifying will not be allowed. However, if any person wishes to ask a question of another person during that person's testimony, please use raise your hand feature in Zoom. The chair is free to decide whether or not to ask such questions of the person testifying. Prior to commencement of the hearing, any party may challenge the qualifications of any commissioner for conflict of interest by using the raise your hand feature in Zoom. This challenge must be documented with specific reasons supported by facts. Should any commissioner be challenged, the member may disqualify himself or herself, withdraw from the hearing, or make a statement on the record of their capacity to hear and decide this issue. At this time, do any members of the commission need to set forth any information that may be perceived as conflict of interest?
Does any commissioner have anything to disclose? And if so, please state the nature of same and whether you can proceed.
I don't believe I have any conflicts of interest or bias with regard to this. I'm familiar with what we're talking about. I've had the work session, but don't own property affected by this or specifically or anything like that.
I have no conflicts of interest on this.
And
Okay, does any party wish to challenge
I have
any
no conflicts
commissioner?
of it. Peter, I didn't say anything.
Sorry.
I have no conflict of interest. Thank you.
Okay, does any party wish to challenge any commissioner based on conflicts of interest?
Okay. As no challenges are presented prior to opening the hearing, does anyone have any procedural objections to the public hearing? Seeing none, the hearing is now open. Staff will proceed with a brief staff report.
Thank you, Chair Adair. So I will go through this PowerPoint presentation. This is an overview of ODOT's application to amend the Deschutes County Transportation System Plan. The agency wishes to construct a raised median barrier for 9 miles on US 97 basically between the south end of Redmond, north end of Bend, and add J-turns rather than frontage roads or backage roads. I'll explain why they're following this approach as best as I can tell. We'll also hear an application from ODOT where they can clarify anything I may have mischaracterized. We'll also describe in further detail what a J-turn is. And also they're going to 4-lane US 97 between South Century Drive and the US Forest Service boundary, which is mile points 153, 159, leaving Vanderbilt Road connected to the highway. So there's a reason for this. These two upcoming ODOT safety projects are inconsistent with our current transportation system plan. The current transportation system plan, which was adopted in 2012, followed the same four-phase approach the 98 TSP did, which basically if you had a 2-lane state highway, you would put passing lanes every 3 to 5 miles. You'd knit them together to make a full or 4-lane, 5-lane highway. You'd build grade separated interchanges at appropriate spacing distances, and then you'd build frontage roads to parallel the highway and connect the interchanges. Again, a fairly expensive proposition to do that. Also, back in 98 and again in 2012, neither TSP anticipated the use of J-turns. These are actually fairly popular in the Midwest. And the current TSP calls for disconnecting Vanderbilt Road from US 97 due to crash history. So the raised median barrier is going to address that US 97 has turning crashes, which are related to turning on or off the highway or crossing the highway at grade intersections or private driveways. Also, you have head-on crashes between northbound and southbound vehicles, and then you also have crashes related to the winter driving conditions. So here's a map. ODOT currently has funding for just phase 1, which is 1.86 miles south of Deschutes Junction. That's the red on your map. Phase 2 would go from the north end of phase 1 up to 61st Street. That's the yellow on the map here. Phase 3 would do basically 4 miles between Redmond and 61st Street. That's the green on the map. And phase 4 goes from the south end of phase 1 to the north city limits of Bend, which is the blue on the map. So basically, national research shows that raised medians are a very low-cost, highly effective countermeasure to the types of crashes I discussed earlier. The main drawback raised medians do present is everything becomes a right in, right out, so you get a lot of out-of-direction travel. This is particularly problematic in a rural setting. So our transportation system plan during its development in 2012 required frontage roads be constructed prior to a raised median barriers construction that would allow folks to be able to get back and forth without having, being disrupted so much by the right turns. A J-turn is a type of U-turn which reduces out-of-direction travel. It's basically a directional break in a raised median. So if you didn't have a frontage road, and again, this text amendment, I need to emphasize, doesn't preclude future frontage roads or backage roads, just as you can do a J-turn first to reduce out-of-direction travel. So if you want to make a left turn onto 97, they're not going to do this in Vanderbilt as two-stage. Let's just assume it's just a standard intersection treatment. You'd pull up to the stop sign. You have a median, remember, in front of you, so you make a right, even though you want to go left. You continue, you merge left into the inside lane. From the inside lane, you move into a left turn refuge. And when safe, you turn across both lanes of oncoming traffic into the receiving pocket, which is beyond the outside lane. You go through the receiving pocket, which will merge you back onto the outside lane of 97, and now you're heading in the right direction. So you have to go right to go left, but it's safer than making a left across, 4 lanes of traffic. If you're on 97 and you want to make a left turn into an adjoining county road, what you do is kind of similar. You move to the left inside lane. From the inside lane, you move into a left turn refuge. When safe, you turn across both lanes of the oncoming traffic. Now you're again going to be in the outside lane. You continue in your desired direction of travel, and then you make a right turn onto the intersecting county road. This is kind of a graphic illustration of an earlier concept. I believe ODOT has modified this one. This is for the area between Bend and Redmond. So you'd be coming down south. So north is at the top of the slide. You'd get in that left turn pocket that you can see. You would then turn into that little semicircle. That would accommodate any and all types of vehicles. I can talk about that a little more, as can ODOT. And then you'd have, in this particular design, there's an acceleration to go northbound. I believe ODOT is using a little bit different design last I had heard for this one. So our existing language in the TSP, for those listening on phone, says between Bend and Redmond, the traffic volumes will exceed the threshold by ODOT is set for triggering a raised median. The county supports a raised median on US 97, provided an adequate system of frontage roads or parallel local alternate routes precede the raised median's installation. And that came apart from the development of the TSP in 2012 and was suggested language during the Planning Commission portion of the TSP adoption. So the change ODOT will add to this is adding the phrase, or the addition of J-turns precede the raised medians installation. Again, that would address the out-of-direction travel issue. Also on page 144, we have language regarding Deschutes Junction specifically that says the agency recognizes the out-of-direction travel that would result, and thus has stated the current raised median would not be extended until a frontage road was in place on the west side of US 97. The proposed text amendment would add ODOT had a plan that would minimize out-of-direction travel. The plan could include installation of a frontage road, backage road, or the addition of J-turns on US 97. It would eliminate the language requiring the frontage road in place on the west side of 97 beforehand. So any questions on that portion before I go to the Vanderbilt Road?
Okay.
Hearing none. So phase one, again, ODOT has funding for this. They're going to South Century to just south of Vanderbilt Road. Phase two would be Vanderbilt Road to slightly past Sugar Pine Butte. So the red is phase one, the yellow is phase two. This is a more sophisticated diagram ODOT has. What's different here in this case is they're allowing what's called a two-stage gap acceptance. So if you're on Vanderbilt Road and you want to go north, you'd pull across the two southbound lanes. You'd wait where there'd be a median for you, place of refuge. And when traffic was clear, you would make a left on the northbound lanes and continue onward. If you're coming up 97 and you want to make a left onto Vanderbilt Road, there'd be a J-turn north of Vanderbilt that would use as described previously. The reason, again, for the 2012 TSP disconnect language is at that time, US 97 and Vanderbilt had turning crashes. ODOT and the county agreed the best way to reduce crashes is to eliminate the connection, and the turns that occurred formerly at Vanderbilt 97 would shift to the South Century Drive interchange or the First and Reed Signal Lapine, and traffic would likely shift to Huntington Road. Since then, ODOT is now looking at improving the safety of this intersection by making it a divided highway, which essentially makes Vanderbilt a right-in, right-out, and then using J-turns for left turns. The ultimate design is a right-in, right-out. As I said earlier, ODOT has a way to do it with a two-stage gap acceptance currently. The J-turn north of Vanderbilt is essentially, as I said, is a U-turn that's moved to the north. The Planning Commission held hearings on this. They had a work session on April 23rd, the public hearing on May 14th, because that was the Planning Commission's first Zoom hearing. They continued the public hearing to May 28th to make sure everyone had an opportunity to comment. On May 28th, they closed the hearing, deliberated, unanimously recommended the board approve the application submitted. Issues raised at the Planning Commission and also at an earlier board work session: would the raised median lead to out-of-direction travel, even with J-turns for rural residents? Could the J-turn accommodate semi-truck and trailers and or pickups pulling horse trailers or fifth wheels or RVs? Again, ODOT has had J-turns on their system elsewhere on 101 at Lincoln City, which has a lot of these style vehicles, particularly the fifth wheels and RVs. Will the raised median and divided four lanes accommodate wildlife crossings? ODOT has replied that the J-turns would reduce out-of-direction travel for rural residents, and they would accommodate the vehicles cited above, and that the median design would consider wildlife. So the next steps in the process, the board has opened the public hearing. They can do four things at the end of today. They can continue the hearing to a date certain. They can close the oral record and leave the written record open to a date certain. They can close the oral and written record both and set a date certain to deliberate. Or they can close the oral and written record and begin deliberations. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have.
Okay. Are there any questions?
By committing to this median raised barrier, or raised median barrier, the decision is still to be made on how many J-turns there'll be between Bend and Redmond, correct? Or is that already part of this, of what we're doing today?
That'd be a great question for the applicant and their presentation about the number of J-turns they might see for the length of the median.
Because I
thought
what we were doing is change our plan to allow this or to set this up, but there'll still be discussion about that. I'm just responding to the fact there's lots and lots of access points on that 9-mile stretch for people who live along there. And so that frequency will be important to them, no doubt.
Yes.
Okay. I'll ask them. Thanks.
Thank you, Peter. Any questions? No?
No questions.
All right.
I'll turn it over to Bob Townsend of ODOT, who's representing the applicant.
Okay.
Are you able to hear me?
Yes, we are.
Yes.
Oh, perfect. For some reason, the video is not allowing me to present.
Let's blame it on Zoom.
Yeah.
At Zoom, my tower is always breaking, and it's brand new, so.
Are you able to see my screen?
Only if it's black.
So I emailed the presentation as well. I don't know if it might be easier for you to just open it there versus presenting on my screen. I've been on for about 45 minutes, and every 5 minutes or so, the connection cuts out. So I don't know if other people may be having the same issue.
Elise, is that something you can do?
Yeah, and I'll see if I can get it on mine.
Thank you, Peter.
So I guess as we're waiting, I think there's two distinct items here, and I think based on I watched the video of your work session the other day. I think the Vanderbilt issue is certainly less controversial than the median barrier. So I'll talk about that one. Well, hopefully we can get the presentation up. And to your point during your work session, ODOT's fine with separating the two if you're comfortable on approving one and want more time on the other, or vice versa. The reason for us including both of them is we were just doing a summary of all the TSP amendments by county that we needed on Highway 97. These are the two that we needed within Deschutes County, so we presented them both at the same time. Certainly, they're not really related from a functionality standpoint, so separating them is fine. But to Peter's point, it's never been our preference to close Vanderbilt, other than there are alternative routes, and for safety issues, we'd be happy to support that if it was absolutely needed. But now with the extension of the 4-lane section and being able to do a 2-stage turn, closing Vanderbilt is not ODOT's recommendation. So I'm happy to get into details on how that would look, and certainly the presentation and slides. Thank you, Peter.
Almost there.
This is Commissioner DeBone. Let's take a moment. What does separating the decision look like, kind of procedurally? Is that just two different decisions by the Board of Commissioners, or the application would be changed, or what does the TSP amendment look like if we separate the decision?
If you're asking
looking at
that
Dave,
question of legal,
anybody.
I believe I heard Bob say they'd be amenable to splitting it. So it's a text amendment. We would prepare the appropriate documentation that would identify the one versus the other, and would come back to the board at a subsequent point for adoption.
So it would be kind of two votes by the board. I'm just thinking there's one application. How do we have two decisions from one application? Or doesn't it really matter?
Well, you'd be splitting that off so that they could stand on their own for appeal purposes and whatnot. If ODOT's, I'm not going to give ODOT legal advice if they're comfortable splitting it up at this point after the application has had them joined.
Yeah, okay.
I'm going to defer to them at this point. I could certainly do some research in the interim to see if there's a procedural issue that maybe we're not aware of. But I believe, in as much as this is a text amendment, the notice issues were all adequate, that I don't believe there would be an issue to doing that. But obviously, I could look into that after this meeting.
Yep, just throwing out the idea, see what that really means. Thank you.
Yeah, and obviously if they both could be included together, that's fine. The Vanderbilt one is a little awkward in the fact that we don't really want to close it. And so if you don't approve the text amendment, we're not allowed to close it without county approval and additional process. So our hands are kind of tied there. we would just build the project without it closed right now and argue that out in the future, to be honest. So it's an odd text amendment, especially when it's requested by ODOT to not close a county road. And obviously we'll defer to legal on that, but I just wanted to present that. But so on, if everyone can see Peter's screen now, Peter, if you could click forward a couple slides.
We're doing that here at the.
Oh, okay. Or
yeah.
Okay, so you guys got it. Great. Okay,
Yep.
so I don't have to.
so basically, it'd be the slide that says Vanderbilt proposal on the top, mile point 155.5.
There it is.
Yes, that one. So I just.
So Bob, did you just mute yourself?
So it looks like it cut me off there, but basically this is just showing the two-stage turn. You would turn across 97 only looking in one direction. When you got into the median, you would have your own acceleration lane that would accelerate onto northbound 97. We've included a J turn for people traveling north on 97 from Lapine who want to use this access, but they would have, a lot of opportunities before then. And as Peter mentioned, basically you'd be traveling northbound, and I think it's the next slide, would decel into a turn lane. You'd come to a stop at southbound 97, and then you take a left turn. And basically all this does is it allows you to only have to look one direction. You don't have to look across four lanes, both directions, try to time something. You're only looking one way. So it's essentially just like a right turn onto a one-lane roadway. And just for the essence of time, I don't think I'm going to give any more details on the Vandiver one unless you have questions. It's pretty straightforward, and certainly I understand you have a long day, but happy to entertain questions on this part of the proposal before I jump into the median.
Okay.
No questions.
Okay, Bob, if you want to go ahead.
Okay. So if you could just scroll forward then basically to the next part of the slide show after this one. So the next part is this Ben Redmond proposal. Next slide, please. So just a little background on this is we started a safety assessment in 2015 where we analyze every single crash within basically a 3 to 5 year window, and we look at long-term safety items, and they are short, medium, long-term. And so basically the safety assessment includes everything from looking at what type of striping. Do we use more reflective striping? Do we do inlaid markers? Is intersection improvements appropriate, from interchanges to other intersection improvements such as decel lanes or left turn pockets, additional lighting. The safety assessment here identified removal of some rock outcroppings that were in the clear zone. Obviously, the median barrier has already been approved in the TSP, so basically it just highlighted which sections had more crash history than others to prioritize the phasing. And so that work concluded recently, and we've been developing a construction project that'll go to bid later or earlier in 2021 for construction in the summer of 21, and that's what we're here today. We certainly will be doing some lighting and pavement markings, some decel lanes at Quarry Avenue and 61st, and things like that. What we're requesting today is the installation of J-turns to mitigate the median barrier. Next slide, please. This is a very confusing update, and Commissioner Henderson, highlighted a little bit of it right now. Currently, nothing restricts us from installing J-turns. We can install J-turns along Highway 97 throughout the whole corridor. nothing restricts them. We can also install median barrier between Bend and Redmond, with the caveat we have to provide a frontage road or local parallel road. So this is an interesting caveat in that we're not debating really the functionality of these two. What we're debating is are J-turns acceptable mitigation for the median versus installing frontage and or parallel local roads. And so I just want to make sure we're clear on that a lot of the comments earlier, like, well, we don't want median barrier at all. Well, they're already approved in the TSP. It's just how do we mitigate those? And so that's an awkward dynamic to this conversation. And one of the reasons for it is simply ODOT nor Deschutes County, because most of these frontage and backage roads would be county roads. The costs are well in excess of 30 million for these frontage roads. It's just not feasible to construct those in order to get median barrier. And so now the J-turns are an industry alternative and a safe way to provide alternative access. That's why we're proposing those as mitigation today. The main thing, though, is this really is about how do we get median barrier out there. You'll see from the numbers we've had 10 fatalities in the last 10 years, basically, and that data is 2 years old. And we've actually had more recent within the last year that would have been prevented if median barrier was out there. So, I mean, this is the highest priority for us along Highway 97 from the California border to the Columbia River as far as a safety improvement project. And then just what I want to make sure we cover today is that the J-turns allow us to mitigate some of those out of direction travel concerns, even more convenient than frontage and backage roads, because those actually will add time to all movements. Next slide, please. So there's a lot of discussion around J-turn, and I know I would love to provide you videos. The reality is there's about 10 different types of J-turns, and they're just dependent on what your situation is. Are you separated median like we are down by Sun River? You can do J-turns like these. Are you tight median like we are from Bend to Redmond? Then we have to utilize other types of J-turns. And so I'll show you a couple here. And even between Bend and Redmond, just depending on what the section is, and to Commissioner Henderson's point, we're looking at out of direction travel in this right turn to left turn at no more than 2 miles. We'll have several different types of J-turns, if you will. But basically, I'm turning right before I can turn left. They're used a lot at complex intersections, where we're using them here is to minimize highway approaches and the amount of cross traffic or left turns coming out of those approaches. They're a lot lower volume, so our J-turns will look a little different. Next slide, please. This is an example of the J-turn, as Peter mentioned. There's a couple of them just north of Depot Bay. And basically, this one is one where you turn left into your J-turn, and then you have a full acceleration lane. What's different about this area than 97 is this is a commercial area. You can see the RV lots there, as well as there's a grocery store just north of this drawing and some other commercial developments. Their volumes are a lot more substantial, so an acceleration lane is appropriate. On the one we're proposing, we're basically blocking off 4 private driveways, 2 of which don't have any connections, the third of which connects to an irrigation road that's used once a week in the summer. Our volumes will be less than 1 a day. An acceleration lane really isn't warranted. We can have them turn, stop, and make a right turn onto the highway, and I'll show that in a bit. Next slide, please. So basically, here's the type that we're talking about where you don't have a separated median. You would, get in the left, you would take a right out of your approach if you were blocked by the median. You would transition into the left lane, and then you would enter the median out there to make a left turn. And I think Commissioner Adair mentioned in the work session, the median has different widths out there. And so most of the time we'd actually have to widen the median just to allow a car to be safely stored in there when making these left turns. So this first phase project actually includes widening of the median of around 6 feet. But basically you'd enter the left turn lane, and you'd wait for a gap in traffic, and then you turn into the J-turn. And like I said, in our example, you turn into the J-turn, and then you'd stop before you entered back into the highway. There's no acceleration lane shown on this one because, for example, this first phase, like I said, would have less than one car a day, and at the most maybe 5 if people were using all approaches multiple times and making the same loop, that it doesn't warrant an acceleration lane. And you can see from the detail here, I tried to show a semi-truck. This is a standard semi-truck and trailer. At a minimum, they're designed for this, even though this one's just the first phase is just for private driveways, which, may have a truck and horse trailer, like you said, but certainly of all the 4 property owners we talked to, they're not turning semi-trucks accessing them. But we would build this as a minimum. If there were other concerns, like you down at the Depot Bay one, where there's larger traffic or there's an industry need where a certain commercial provider has a truck, trailer, or a double, then we would design them for the double. It's really, once you're building the J-turn, building them a little bigger is very appropriate. Next slide, please.
So Bob, you're talking a lot about the Depot Bay one. Is that one of a series, or is that in a fairly short stretch?
There's 2 of them there. There's 2 of them there. They're about 2 miles apart, a little less than 2 miles apart, and it's in a section where there's a raised landscape median for 2 miles, and so there's one on each end.
I've actually used those when we were there last fall, so it is interesting.
So that next slide is exactly how the one we'll look at where we're at on this is phase 1. I just wanted to give as much detail as possible. Like I said, it's designed for a semi-truck and trailer. You can see it's pretty substantial as we're acquiring right away for this J-turn. But like I said, you'd decel into the left turn lane, we're widening it out, and then you would turn, once you completed your turn, you'd come up to a stop sign and make a right turn on. What's different about this one than potentially phase 2 and phase 3, it's all about how many driveways we're impacting. If we're impacting, like an RV area, multiple businesses that have traffic counts, and we would do it based on traffic counts, then we may need to have an acceleration lane, like a freeway on-ramp, just to make the movement safer. But certainly when you're 5 vehicles or less a day, that's not required. And like I said, stop control back onto the highway on this example. Next slide. So just where this fits, this is approximately 1.6 miles from Deschutes Market Road. Like I said, there's 4 driveways in between those areas. So if you're on the northbound side of Highway 97, if you want to make a left turn, you take a right, go down to Deschutes Market Interchange, and then head back to Bend that way. And that's what's kind of misleading. When we say J-turns every 2 miles, well, we actually have interchanges here, a potential proposed one at Quarry Lane by the time we get to that phase, so that we would certainly use the interchanges instead of J-turns within that vicinity to correct the other turn. And if you're on the southbound side of US 97 and you want to head to Redmond, so then you would take a right out of your driveway, come down to this J-turn, take a left, enter the J-turn to head back north. Next slide, please. I did want to touch on this because this is one of the common issues that have come up, and certainly in the public testimony. It's the concern around these properties located just north of Deschutes Market Road. And I just wanted to be clear, and as they give their testimony potentially today, but they gave it in the past, this is immediately north of Deschutes Market Interchange. These property owners would never use a J-turn, right? If we put median out there and they wanted to travel to Redmond, they would just take a right, they would go into the interchange and head back north. I think it's an important clarification just to show that not all people will be using a J-turn for these types of areas. What someone would use a J-turn for these is if someone's coming from Bend, going to this location, they would certainly travel north and enter a J-turn that's another mile to get back to this site. And as we talk around frontage roads, the reason we didn't ask for a TSP amendment that just said delete frontage and backage roads and only allow J-turns is this one actually somewhat fits potentially for a frontage or backage road. We've talked to the property owners before, met with the county. There's a hurdle around with DLCD, and Peter can talk to that. That's not a hurdle with ODOT about building a frontage road. Obviously, the cost is where they would just connect into Tumalo Road there. But I wanted to highlight this one as this is an example where before we put median barrier out there, we would certainly see what these other options are, and happy to work with the property owner. But what happens is if we do build frontage and backage roads, we're going to close all access to Highway 97, both right and left turns. So not only does left turns make them go out of direction, now any right turn would make them go out of direction too. So in essence, the J turns actually reduce out of direction travel versus frontage and backage roads. So I just wanted to highlight this one for this particular area. Next slide, please. So this just outlined, I wanted it in the record. This just outlines the multiple phases. Peter mentioned to it. Our goal is no more than 2 to 3 miles. As you can see from this example, it's 1.6. Most of them are right around the 2-mile range. The variance becomes, as we look long-term at phase 3 and 4, are around the potential quarry interchange location. So depending on where that interchange falls, and what other roads are developed with it, we may have, we just don't know what the interval would be down there yet. Next slide. And this is just the other section of roadway closer to Bend. Same slide, but just 2 different areas. And as Peter mentioned, phase 1 is from Deschutes Market north. The work between this J-turn and the north end of Bend is going to be dependent on our big Bend North Corridor project and how we limit access there and what other backage roads, whether it's the Hunnell extension that's within the county's CIP plan right now. Certainly it'll mitigate some of the Highway 97 access that's required on the west side of the highway. Next slide, please. So just some volumes. I know Commissioner Adair always gets me on volumes, so I actually put them on the slide here so that I could have that information. Like I said, we use 4-year windows for crash data, and I know this seems old, but it's what's included in the safety assessment. So if anybody, as a result of this, wants to read the 100-page report, they'll see why we got those numbers. The numbers from 2014 to 18, the next 4-year, are really close. There's actually a couple more severe injury crashes and I think 5 fatals instead of 4 in that next 5-year block. But it's been pretty consistent since the Highway 97's been in. Certainly the raised speed has increased the amount of total accidents and severity of a few. And like I said, half of these severe and fatal crashes were crossover turning related in this time frame. Next slide, please. Just the benefits of the median barrier. These are, national statistics. Obviously, we have a lot of statistics because we have freeway information and a lot of highways that go from this 4-lane to protected median. 50 to 70% reduction in fatal, which is the installation of median barrier is one of our top mitigation factors for reduction of fatal and severe. If you remember the south end of Bend going up to Lava Butte, we've had multiple fatalities over a 10-year window. Not a single fatality since the barrier went in. So they're pretty significant. The J-turn benefits, like I said, they actually reduce out of direction travel in a lot of instances versus frontage or backage roads. They consolidate these very difficult left turns into specific areas where we can sign for them, even provide lighting if they're of enough volume capacity and things like that. And so it isolates these left turns instead of, as Commissioner Henderson mentioned, 30 or 40 different left turn opportunities across that section. Now it's probably going to be 8. Median barrier and J-turn impacts. It does require out of direction travel depending on your location. Travel time concerns, though, when you talk about trying to make a left turn out there right now, sometimes you're waiting a long time where it's actually easier to make a right turn almost immediately. Next slide. And I mentioned this a little bit, not to go in more details. Median barrier is already an opportunity in your TSP, so not debating that, but it's just the impacts from the frontage roads. And, you know, a lot of the concerns that we got immediately were people happy that we weren't building frontage or backage roads, because we would certainly have to acquire private property to build those. We don't have enough property along 97. It not only eliminates left turn movements out, but we would actually close down right turn movements, which, so instead of people in their driveways still being able to make a right quick turn and head into town, we would close all of those once we've provided a reasonable alternate access. And so when you do the travel, and I can show you different approaches, but it actually increases the travel because both right and left turns are impacted. And obviously that increases travel time in all circumstances. And so I just included on that slide the same benefits of the median barrier and J turn, so you can see them side by side. Next slide, please. So why don't we build the frontage roads? I mean, like I said, impacts to property owners, the cost, the timing. One of our most stable funding opportunities is some federal safety funds, which uses the benefit cost ratio test. And as you can see from this table, the cost for the different phases of barrier is all well below the benefit. And so we're well over the 1.0 requirements. And I show this that if you, let's say we utilize frontage roads for phase one, the frontage roads for phase one, both sides would be in excess of $10 million. So all of a sudden the benefit cost ratio goes to a negative. It doesn't qualify for these safety funds. So it's a double-edged sword. Not only do we not get they cost more and it's hard to come up with the money, then they don't qualify for the funding program that we like to use for these safety improvements. So I just wanted to detail that as well. Next slide. And so just a background on what this project includes, and granted, obviously, if the TSP amendment's not approved, we're not going to proceed with the median barrier J-turn at this time. But we are doing recessed pavement markings throughout the corridor. We're putting the medians on the side streets at Quarry and 61st, so people can be in multiple lanes, know who's leaving early and who's not. If they're making a right turn or left turn, that certainly helps. We're removing some outcroppings. We're installing a decel lane and acceleration lane on US 97 southbound at 61st Street, so people don't have to accelerate so quickly and decelerate, and the same at Quarry. That project bids next spring and goes to construction later that summer. And like I said, it's going on no matter what. We just don't know what the phasing will be. Or we don't know what if we do the median barrier or not, obviously, but those other improvements will be done. Next slide. So
Robert,
a lot of quick information there, and
Robert,
certainly.
I have a question for you. Where you say you're going to do a deceleration and acceleration at 61st, but on this it only says deceleration. On Quarry, there's
Correct.
Okay, so you're not going to have acceleration. You think it's okay there?
There's more sight distance there than at 61st for those movements, and a variance in volume too.
Okay.
One of the issues at Quarry is that there's a long-term proposal, and we're working with the city of Redmond about interchange there. So it's just a matter of how much money and what improvements do we make there pending a potential interchange.
Okay, thank you.
So happy to take questions. I know this is a very unique topic here.
Any questions?
No other questions.
I don't have any questions at this time.
Okay, all right. No questions? No additional questions anyway? All right. So, Peter?
Now, Chair Adair, you look to see if you have any public members who wish to provide testimony to you. Also, in our notice for this board hearing, we said they could send written comments to me by 9 o'clock. I have not received any written comments from the public.
Okay, thank you. I don't believe we have any public attendees that are going to be commenting on this. We've checked with them, those in the room, and none of those are going to. So to remind those on Zoom, if you want to make a comment, please raise your hand so you can be acknowledged if you are on Zoom. Is there anyone on Zoom? No one is on Zoom. Okay, thank you, Stephanie. Do we have anyone that is just on the phone? So we have no public comments today. Okay. All right. Well, okay. That's very interesting, I believe. Apparently we've had people that have already made their comments then. All right. So Peter, there being no, and we are right on time per our schedule, so there shouldn't be any confusion there. So that's good. So I know we have our decision now on our next steps and process.
Correct.
All right. And Dave, what about, do we leave them together then? That's how they've been presented to us?
I would recommend that. Certainly, we could split them after deliberations based on decisions that the board makes. I would, like I said, I'd like to do a little research. I don't believe there's anything to preclude that in as much as it's a text amendment. And it was noticed as a single application, but clearly it addressed two very distinct areas within the TSP. So I do believe there's a path forward, but I don't want to say that absolutely. But staff could certainly figure that out in the interim, and by the time the board would be ready to proceed formally, we could either have it together or separated.
Okay.
And I think, Bob mentioned that in passing as an option as the applicant, but that would be a decision in our decision space at this time.
Yeah, I'd hate to create a procedural error, just because the applicant might be amenable to going that way. And I don't know if Bob's talked to his legal folks on this issue yet. I'll certainly put some time and get you an answer.
Well, and I'm not motivated for that at this time. So it was mentioned, and I was wondering if, what does that look like? We might not even have to deal with that. I mean, we can discuss it. I'm just letting you know. I don't see that we need to separate the two parts of this.
Yeah.
So we have choices: to continue the hearing to a date certain, close the oral record, leave the written record open to a date certain, close the oral and written record, set date certain to deliberate, or close oral and written record and begin deliberations now.
So I had a question. What extent of, particularly the Bend to Redmond raised median barrier, was notice given to every property owner along that whole stretch? Is that how notice is determined?
So this is a legislative amendment, so technically all we have to do is provide notice in the newspaper, but because of the issue, we sent notice to every single property between Bend and Redmond, 750 feet off 97 either side. So that was before the Planning Commission hearing. Then we had the 5 people who testified at the Planning Commission hearing, and so we notified those of the upcoming board hearing. We didn't re-notify for 750 feet, the length of 97 for the board hearing.
Just notified the 5 people?
Right, given that we notified everyone at the Planning Commission hearing, if you didn't come to the Planning Commission hearing, it's assumed you're not interested in the topic.
Well, that's a big assumption, but anyway, that's what he assumed. So I'd like to look at this a little closer with the maps and maybe have a follow-up with ODOT. I don't really want to decide it today. I'm going to discuss it today, but I really want to look through these maps and this median barrier and the J-turns and things a little more. I understand the concept. I don't really have questions about what they're trying to do. I just want to understand that a little more. And I don't, because of our time today, I guess I'm motivated to try to set this for one more discussion or something for deliberation.
Yeah, so and I support that. I mean, are we at a point where we're closing the record or not? Because I don't think we're ready to deliberate, but would we close the record or not? So with your discussion, do you think that would be more for the record? I mean, we don't.
Yeah.
Yes. I mean, closing the oral record seems pretty obvious since we haven't heard from anyone today.
Well, and it's legislative, so you could have a conversation with the applicant, learn as much as you want. So, I mean, I'm leaning towards closing the record, so then it's a stable set of information. And the information came in basically at the Planning Commission. Community members were notified if they had written record. So it's basically here. we had the opportunity today for more, which we didn't receive more, but there is definitely content to this. So then you could do all the studying you want. We can set a date for the decision or deliberations.
Well, yeah, and I'm a little surprised there isn't any comment because it will affect a lot of people a lot. I guess I was kind of quick to say that the assumption that somebody didn't show up at planning means they're not interested. I mean, they may have been busy that week, but they may also realize that planning is just the first step in a multi-step process, so it may not be the one. This is the one that really people would want to come to if they wanted to affect it also, I think. But anyway, maybe there isn't any interest. I just think there will be interest when they hear what's gone through. So I want to make sure we've incorporated that. So I guess I'd be open to leaving it open for a period of time for additional comment.
The written record?
Comment. Yeah, written comment.
Yeah.
Is that what you were suggesting?
Well, I was just working with you to get where
Yeah.
we're going to go. Yeah, written record is fine with me if it's going to be a week or two, because it's just
Okay, so
open period
next
of
week
time.
is holidays, so do we leave it open for 14 days then?
That'd be fine.
Yeah, you
14
could,
days?
whatever timeline you're comfortable with. I don't know if there's projects, the timing on those, Peter could speak to those, but being that it's a legislative matter, there's not the rebuttal and the final argument piece.
Okay, so if we leave it just open for 14, that seems to be, and then do we set a date certain to deliberate then today?
Certainly
If we
could.
keep it open for 14, after the 14 days? Could we do that? Elise, can we get it?
So 2 weeks.
Or Peter, can we get a date then after 14 days for our deliberations?
So I'm not here on the 15th, but I don't have to be there, but you can deliberate on the 20th. That would give you the written record, as I understand it. You're closing the oral record today. You leave the written record open until 5 o'clock on the 15th of July, and you could deliberate on either the 20th or 22nd, depending on what your calendar looks like.
I don't know, what is our calendar?
22nd is good, July 22nd, which is
The
generally
22nd look good?
about a month from now, yeah.
Is it okay if I
Yeah.
or add a comment
Yes, you may.
at the discretion of the chair? Thank you. There's ample time on the median barrier. As I said, it doesn't bid till next year. We want to make sure we get this right. We reached out to a lot of property owners on our own, obviously trying to mitigate any concerns. I did want to add the Vanderbilt one is on a tight time frame for us we're going to bid the project here shortly. Not that it requires approval, but it's to that point I said around, we certainly don't want to close it. And so not that you have to deliberate today, but if there was some sense of your concern, it would certainly help me identify risk if I need to come up with an option to close it.
Well, so, I mean, in kind of pre-deliberation comment is, I think people are going to celebrate that it's not going to be closed.
You could certainly make comments. I just wouldn't make it a deliberation where you're back and forth with one another. If you want
So,
to give
as
Bob
I say, I
some.
mean, that's my observation as a Southern Deschutes County resident, knowing that it's going to be open, there will be the opportunity to get across the traffic, and, basically do all maneuvers by having these improvements. I think this is very positive.
Definitely that part of the community needs more options in order to get on 97.
Well, because the other option was closing Vanderbilt.
Right,
which
I know,
people
was
didn't
not a good option. So this is definitely positive.
Yeah, I think for me, I really don't have very many questions about the Vanderbilt Road plan. I saw it, 2 years ago and last year, and so I kind of get the gist of what's going on there. And I also feel the people are real happy to be able to continue to use Vanderbilt. I've used it a lot of times, but I also am aware of how dangerous it feels when you're sitting there trying to get across. So I don't have very many questions about it. And so I don't think that's really will affect decision-making as much there, so.
There you go. How's that for direction?
Thank you. I mean, that's very helpful. That was my assumption. I just didn't want to get too far down a path here, and have to jump back. Thank you very much.
Okay, great. So then, we could set that up for the 20th then? That's Monday, the 20th. Okay, excellent. All right, thank you very much, Peter.
So then to be clear though, Commissioner, the hearing, the oral hearing is closed today. The record's going to remain open through 5 p.m. on, I believe, the 15th of July.
15th, yes.
And the board will take this up for deliberations on July 20th.
Correct.
Peter, did you get all that?
I did, and the only thing I would say for those who are, listening, if you want to get a written comment in, don't wait till 4:58 p.m. on the 15th, because we have to have it in receipt by 5 o'clock on the 15th. So don't wait to the last minute to get your comments in. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. Okay, so 12:20. We now have a noise variance hearing, and I know someone's in the room to testify on this, so I believe we probably should continue on and have that before we recess for lunch. That's okay, everyone? I appreciate that someone's here to testify, so it wouldn't be fair to them. All right, so we have, this is the time and place for a hearing set on noise variance number 247-20-000135-V. The staff will outline the hearing procedures that will be followed.
Thank you, Commissioner Adair. This is Cynthia with the County Planning Division, and I'm going to screen share, bring up a slideshow here, hopefully this will work and not have other problems. There we go. Okay, so I am going to outline a lot of the basic procedures, but I am going to go into detail similar to what Peter Russell did previously regarding any Zoom or telephone attendees. This first slide, let's try this again. Oh, it's not wanting to work, it looks like. Let's just try going here. Sorry about that, a little malfunction. Okay, there we go. Here are our basic hearing procedures. I'm not going to go into detail here, but I'm providing this for everybody. I will provide a staff report briefly, and then I'll go into detail of how we proceed from there. So the hearings body in this, did somebody say something?
No.
Okay, feedback. Okay, so the hearings body, the Board of County Commissioners in this case, will take testimony and receive written evidence concerning a noise variance on Deschutes Market Road and US Highway 97. The applicant, the City of Bend, is requesting approval for said noise variance along both roads, both roadways. All testimony shall be directed to the hearings body, and at the conclusion of the hearings body will deliberate towards a decision or continue the hearing or deliberations to a date and time certain. So at this next slide, I'm going to go into more of the Zoom related procedures. So parties are requested to clearly state any procedural objections to the hearings process as part of their testimony. Zoom participants are either panelists or attendees. As the meeting begins, all microphones are muted to prevent audio feedback. Attendees can view the panelists, they just won't see themselves. To start the hearing, panelists will be the board and county staff only. At the start of the public hearing, attendees will be the applicant, general public, and the media. Panelists are on video as indicated. As the meeting begins, the hearings body and staff will be unmuted. The chair and staff will read the opening statement, and that is what we are doing right this moment. Staff will present its report on the case file and answer any questions from the board. There is no sign-in sheet for remote testimony. Please keep this in mind. So parties must provide their name and mailing address at the start of testimony. The applicant is elevated from attendee status to panelist, will give a presentation, answer any questions from the board, and then will be returned back to the attendee status and muted. There's no appellant in this case, so I am going to skip that bullet point. The chair will then will next accept public testimony in the following order. So anybody who is attending in person will go first, then by computer, and by telephone last. I'm not going to go into detail about how the chair will proceed with those people in person. She will obviously proceed in an appropriate manner. What I'm going to address is those the procedure for people calling in and also using the computer. So first, those using the computer, the chair will elevate one public member from attendee status to panelist, will unmute their microphone, and accept that person's testimony. That person will then be demoted to or returned to the attendee status, muted, and the next person will be selected. The process repeats itself until all participating members of the via computer have testified. The telephone attendees, the chair will announce the last 4 digits of the phone number and request whether or not a person wishes to testify. The announced attendee is promoted to panelist, answers whether or not they wish to provide testimony. If not, that person will be returned to attendee status, and if they do, the person will provide testimony and then be demoted or returned. Not crazy about the word demoted, so return back to attendee status and muted. And then that process will be repeated. In the end, the applicant, as the party bearing the burden of proof, will then be afforded an opportunity to present rebuttal testimony, and then if the board requests, staff will provide closing comments. In ending here, a full version of these hearing procedures is in the hearing room right now, available at the table next to the entrance door. So if you are in the room and want a copy of that, and then I have this slideshow provides the written copy for those who are virtually attending virtually. So commissioners must disclose any ex parte context, prior hearing observations, biases, or conflicts of interest.
Does any commissioner have anything to disclose? And if so, please state the nature of same and whether you can proceed.
I have none.
I have none.
And I have none.
And the chair.
Okay. So does any party wish to challenge any commissioner member of the hearings body based on ex parte contacts, biases, or conflicts? Seeing none, then we can now open the public hearing and direct staff to proceed with the brief staff report.
Thanks again, Commissioner Adair. What we're here for is a NORS variance, and it's related to the North Interceptor Sewer Project. And here's a brief history. The sewer project is a sewer transmission line that is intended to protect for projected population growth for the city of Bend. It's also intended to replace pressure sewer line with gravity-fed lines. So they'll be removing some of the pumps that are out there. They'll be also expanding the serviceable area under the current city sewer system. We have processed phase 1 already, and it has been approved, and it is likely under construction. This phase 1 started at the water reclamation facility and proceeded west and ended around Pioneer Loop. Phase 2 started around Pioneer Loop, or will start around Pioneer Loop, will proceed west and then northwest through Juniper Ridge, and then southwest along Highway 97 until it hits the City of Bend's city limits. We've issued the decision. This became final last Monday on June 15th. So part of phase 2 includes some road work. They will be working during normal working hours in Pioneer Loop, Margaret Lane, Deschutes Market Road, and Highway 97. The reason we're here today is for the nighttime hours work on Deschutes Market Road and Highway 97. And I'll just go into a little detail on that. Just for reference, nighttime work starts on Sunday evening and proceeds to Friday, 10 p.m. to 7 a.m. The Deschutes Market Road, this is I know this map is not great on PowerPoint. I did provide the commissioners a copy of this map. This should be right there in front of you. This kind of shows the general location of where the sewer line will proceed from Pioneer Loop over to Juniper Ridge and the approximate location of the crossing on Deschutes Market Road. For reference, the blue circle that you see on that map is our noticing radius. We went out 3,200 feet based on the equipment that they are using and the noise that it may produce. Here's a zoomed in view of where that crossing will occur, or approximate location of that crossing between the two properties that are noted on the photo there. The Deschutes Market Road part of the project is dependent on other aspects of the project, but they do anticipate starting around November 3rd, but it could start as early as September 1st or as late as December 14th. It will encompass 7 days total, but it may not be 7 days in a row, and it all depends on weather. If they start late in the year, they may have to wait to finish it up when the weather is warmer. So it might not be completed until June of next year. The Highway 97 segment is just north of town near Deschutes Memorial Gardens and the Hilltop Juniper Mobile Home Park. And again, the blue circles in this area are notice radius. We went out 3,200 feet, similar to the other project. And then that's the general line. I will zoom in a little bit more so you can see where it comes out of Juniper Ridge, hits the highway, and then it goes south to the city limits, and crosses the road down near the city limits. This this part of the project is dependent on Oregon Department of Transportation, or ODOT, permissions for the project, such as blasting. This part of the project is twofold. There's blasting that will last approximately 8 weeks. Likely blasting will occur 2 times per week, so 8 weeks, 2 times per week, and they are estimating this part of the project will be from August 1st to November 14th. The second part of this project is excavating everything they've blasted underneath the ground and then installing the new pipeline, and that will be next year between approximately April 1st and November 30th. So the reason for them working at night is, of course, for safety and convenience of the traveling public and for the construction workers. It will minimize traffic delays. And then associated with the highway, there's ODOT freight mobility agreements, and there's likely other agreements that are out there either with Deschutes County Road Department or ODOT. As I had mentioned, our notice went out 3,200 feet. Based on the equipment used, we sent notices to 586 individuals or agencies. We received 1 written comment, and that is in your packet, and is also available online. This individual was in the Highway 97 project. And so that concludes my report. If you have any questions, I will end my screen share there and come back to you.
Thank you very much. Any questions?
No questions, thank you.
No questions.
Okay, we have no questions.
So I believe the applicant might be there in person.
Yes. Okay.
And I don't know if there's anybody in Zoom or telephone, but you can manage that.
Okay, thank you. No, is it Jessica? Jessica, would you like to give your presentation then? And you please identify yourself. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Jessica McClanahan. I'm a principal engineer at the City of Bend and the project manager for the North Interceptor Sewer Line Project. I really wanted to just take the opportunity to thank you all today for your cooperation and support throughout this process. The North Interceptor is a very critical infrastructure project for the city, as it does really address capacity and sewer availability issues within our UGB area. And it's been on our master plan for many years, so it's very exciting to see this come to fruition. I think Cynthia did a really great job overviewing the project, so I won't spend a lot of time going over that unless there are specific questions, so please feel free to stop me. But I do want to let everybody know that we understand the impacts to night work on the public, and we've worked really hard throughout this entire process to be a good community member and a good steward of public funding. And so we have taken every decision very deliberately in order to try to mitigate impacts to the public and again, use all of our resources most efficiently. We've coordinated extensively with state, federal, and local agencies such as the county and ODOT. And as Cynthia mentioned, the outcome of that coordination really was determining that night work in these two specific locations of the project were in the best interest of the public for safety and mobility reasons. Our team has also looked at ways that we can minimize the impact to night work, which includes reducing the construction timeframes in which the work will occur. So we are trying to work more efficiently and quickly in those areas, as well as evaluating our construction means and methods to make sure that the least impactful noise activities we will be doing the activities that create the most noise during the day and have the least impactful activities at night. Similar to the notifications that Cynthia set out, we also have sent out probably about 500 notices, a very similar radius in the project, as part of our public outreach program. We also have a project website that's really up to date with some great information, and we hosted, and we are continuing to host, a virtual open house. That's a more integrative platform for folks to get more information. Typically, we would like to do an open house in person and invite community members. However, with the COVID situation and limits on public gatherings, we've gone to this virtual format. But I do believe it provides really great information for the public, and so I'd welcome people to look at that as well. There's a lot of contact information and frequently asked questions and things like that on there as well.
Question, is there any kind of push notification about specific activities, like tonight at 10 we're going to blast, or whatever the email or text or something like that?
Yeah, there's a couple different types of notifications that we do. The first, we've already sent out like a general project mailer that happened last fall. And then for each specific area of work, we send out a more detailed construction notice that typically happens somewhere around the 2-week mark before construction starts, because at that point in time we have a lot more certainty on what the actual schedule is going to be. So in that mailer, there's a lot more detailed information about days and times and what to expect. Specific to blasting, there's quite a strict protocol that we have, which requires door hangers that go out at least 48 hours in advance, and it also details who they could contact, what the procedures of the blasting are going to be, what they can expect, and the contractors who are responsible for that work are very well versed in doing this type of work, and they have a lot of safety protocols that they monitor and watch throughout the blast themselves. So there's quite a lot of communication that happens specifically prior to a blast.
Good.
Yeah.
So do they blast like perhaps twice a week? Is that what they were saying?
Yeah, that's in general how the contractor has been performing their work. In general, they blast anywhere from 50 feet to 100 feet long stretches, and that allows them to get out ahead of the pipeline crew that's coming to actually excavate and install. And just how production seems to be working, that seems to be about how much they can get done as they continue working forward.
So if we have like a really cold early winter, does that cause complications then?
You know, it depends. We've been lucky where we've been able to work through the winters here recently. I don't know if you guys remember the Southeast Interceptor Sewer Project that went down 27th Street. Thank you. That actually occurred during one of our Snowmageddon winters, and crews were mostly able to continue working because when you're excavating and down on the ground, you just don't have the same impacts as you would with snow that it impacts us. But it could delay the project if there's some major event, but we would work through that and figure out the most efficient and safe way to move forward if there was inclement weather.
That's a good reminder that, just a few years ago we saw the roads wide open in some of those areas. Now you don't even think about it.
No.
I live right there off Reed Market and 27th, so I saw it all. I'm one block over. Yeah, so I'm one block over from the street you came down to get over to Orion Greens area. So yeah,
Sure.
So I saw a lot of it. Yeah.
Yep. So that's what we're doing again. It's just a different part of town for the northern backbone.
Yeah.
Well, I know right where Pioneer Loop is, so.
The
No, I mean, I know where it is. I drive, when I'm driving from the east side of Bend going around, it's one of the ways I go, so.
So the part on Deschutes Market Road will be a pretty short interval of time compared to the other one, correct?
Correct.
I didn't hear specifically what you said, but it looks like it.
Yeah, so in coordination with the County Road Department, They requested a 7 to 14-day maximum impact to the traffic there. So it's a 2-lane road, and in order to get construction across the road, we need to do half of it at one time and have a signal that, or flaggers that control one-way traffic. And then we got to flip that and do the other lane and have a signal or a flagger conducting one-way traffic. So just in order to try to minimize that impact from a traffic flow standpoint, that was the request of the road department.
The other thing you mentioned, there seemed to be like a caveat that, well, depending on ODOT approval, I would assume you've pretty well got approval from them, correct? Or, I mean, is that really tentative still, or?
So we have worked through, we've been coordinating with ODOT for probably about a year now in terms of the plans specific in their right-of-way. We are ready to have them issue us the right-of-way permit. However, they like to only issue that about 3 months before construction starts. And so we're kind of in the holding queue just for them to issue the permit. But we believe that we're poised and ready to do that with them based on communication with them.
Okay, great. Any further questions?
No questions, thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Do we have any parties on Zoom? No? Are there any parties on the telephone? Thank you for doing that. You're well-trained, I know, it's like, no parties? Okay. So, seems like we had one written comment from Kayla Carroll, out of what, 500 and some parties that were contacted originally. So at this moment in time, we can either close the public hearing and written record and begin deliberations, close the public hearing and leave the written record open to a date certain, or close the public hearing, continue the public hearing to a date certain. So is there any?
I support closing and deliberating.
Mr. Henderson?
Yeah, if we haven't had any comment, and again, notice was given to all of the people along these lines, I'm assuming, or?
Yes.
In that circle, that's a pretty big area. It was done about this hearing, right, not about the planning commission hearing,
It was done,
correct, Cynthia?
I don't believe this went to the planning commission. It comes directly to you folks.
This is one
That's
step.
what I was thinking, so.
okay.
And so this is just so you're, I'm sure you're both aware that this is tied into why the homeless population has moved north, and we're being asked for access across our land to serve them. And I went out yesterday and met with, or looked at the access that might come in off the city's land, which we're not sure if that's open to, but.
How did that look?
It's great access if they give it to us. It's a roadway, and it'd be easy to get in there. There's actually a place you could serve, our service vehicles could be, so.
Be safely parked.
Yeah, safely parked off the road. It's quite a ways out there, but I guess it's quite a ways out there on Highway 97, but you drive by more on 97, so you don't realize you're as far out. It's 3.5 miles from Butler Market. So, anyway.
Okay.
I'm fine with, I guess, closing the record and deliberating.
Okay,
That's what I
so
wanna talk about.
that makes it unanimous. So, any thought?
My thought is, this is the public process. A lot of notification has gone out. There's multiple phases to this. There's multiple property owners affected by this, so they've known it's coming because it's going to happen on their private land also. This is our county code saying that we require, permitting for the nighttime work. So just getting to this point is probably the majority of our goal, making sure there's a lot of visibility on this and having these discussions before it happens. So I'm supportive.
Okay, and the fact that door hangers will go on doors 48 hours in advance, I think is critical, because there are people in this world that are not on their computers and they have no intention of being on a computer like my mother. So for those people, they need door hangers. And I think it's actually wonderful because it's actually visual and it goes, oh my gosh, yes, we did get that. We are aware of it. And, you know, it reminds them not to, or to expect some noise. So I think that's great for the public.
Yeah, I'm supportive in general of going for the project. I guess the reason I brought up about the homeless population is that while we're granting or agreeing to do this for the benefit of the city, at some point it's going to be up to the city to help with this homeless population that's moved onto a different part of the city's land, which is further for people to get to serve with food, water, showers, healthcare, whatever. And we kind of have this dilemma between whether we access that northern part through county land, which would be which I'm going to go up to look at tomorrow, or right off of Deschutes Market Road. And we've kind of heard that the city doesn't. They've said that that there's an easement problem off Deschutes Market Road. Well, it's got to be our easement, so I don't think there's a very big problem with the easement. I think the problem is the city giving permission to give access to that, because it's I guess not an approved use out there, but there's apparently many, many people living up there. So we're going to have this discussion about if there's service providers are provided access, it's either our land or their land. I hope the city, as we work with them on things like this, they'll work with us on that, because it may be that their access point is a better one than ours is. Ours has to go across the railroad, et cetera. So in a way, I'm giving you that message because you're the project engineer that's leading this. So,
what is the homeless population there?
Well, I think it's more than 100. At one point, I think they closed, it said 45 camps, but I think there were already people in the north section, and I don't know if anybody's really sure, but it's quite extensive, and it's a long ways out there, but that's where people have moved to, I guess.
Okay.
So we're going to revisit that once I went out with Colleen yesterday, and Colleen and Christy and I are going to go out tomorrow from the west side to look at that county area to see, where it would be coming in from. But Deschutes Market Road looks actually safer and easier because it's a pretty easy place to drive off. And if there is an easement, it would be up to us to solve that, I guess. But anyway, just throwing that out there.
Yes, there's always unintended consequence with a consequence. So yes, the unintended.
Well, a need for maybe a partnership of thinking here that.
Okay. Yes, we're asking for a partnership, so makes sense. So do we have a motion?
Yeah, is it just a simple motion of approving noise variance?
Yes, it would be a motion to approve the noise permit and the nighttime variance for this particular project.
So moved.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Henderson?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. And City, I hope you're listening. We need a partner on working with the homeless. I'm sure that Colleen and Mosaic and all those people that actually support the homeless would appreciate that to be made sooner rather than later. I know it's a time matter. So thank you so much. Thank you for coming today.
I'd like to add one thing. So for formality purposes, the noise permits, there are two, and they do have document numbers.
Oh, gosh.
Yeah, so we've got, so the signature of documents 2020-385 and 2020-386. One is for Deschutes Market Road and one is for the noise variance. So it might be a question for legal counsel whether we need to redo that or just the fact that we're acknowledging that those are the documents for the noise variances.
Right, and that will be signed by the board, so that'll be implied in that, but you made it clear for the record now. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you for the record, Cynthia.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks for your time.
All right. Therefore, we are in good shape there. So,
Recessing now.
now we are recessing now. Oh, okay, 105. So what about 140? Coming back 140, will that work? Okay. Thank you, Stephanie. We are convening our afternoon session. We will begin with a public hearing on our Deschutes County fee schedule and consideration of board signature of resolution number 2020-026. Christina?
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Chris Partain, Deschutes County Finance Department. Per Chapter 412 of the County Code, fees are to be reviewed and adjusted annually to comply with actual cost of service, cost of living increases, state mandating changes, and this year, other economic factors. We had discussed on the meeting on May 13th the proposed fee schedule. The changes made from that fee schedule that we discussed on May 13th are that Environmental Health had requested a 7% increase to their fees. They have pulled back from that and are actually decreasing a couple of fees. Other than that, the schedule is as presented.
Thank you.
And I'll just note that that actually we encourage them to pull back on those fees given the situation in a lot of the inspected entities, whether it's restaurants or hotels or whatever, pools, we have been in economically. So that was an instigation of that, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, we made some big commitments in the budget to, fund their services, make sure they're providing the service. So we're definitely not scaling down in what's happening. We're scaling up in what's happening, just paying for it differently. It kind of resets that discussion we've had for the last few years about, fee for service for restaurant inspections, which is, the back of the house, the staff, the facilities, and then transitioning in a COVID pandemic environment to technical assistance and consulting on all kinds of matters in environmental health. So it just opened it wide open.
One other comment I wanted to make is we also are kind of the pass-through entity for other organizations like Ben Park and Rec District, and I still find it discouraging that they just automatically raise their fees significantly each year. I wish somebody else was saying something about that, but when other people try to keep things flat or whatever, they continue to go onward and upward, which makes housing costs more and everything else, and so a little editorial comment.
And I wanted to acknowledge that several of my favorite restaurants, the Red Rooster, and then yesterday I was really disappointed to hear that the Red Martini wouldn't be able to stay open because she can't survive with 4 tables. So, there's some significant changes going to be happening with the restaurant industry, and so whatever we can do to help the ones that are able to maintain their business, I think it's really important at this time. So,
that's an interesting point, just real briefly, because I've been out several places in the last 3 weeks, and when you get this, when they're widening everything out so much, I really wonder how they can get enough. A lot of places can have enough volume, even if they're full all the time. It's half, or I visited one of the ones in Terrebonne and they haven't even reopened inside yet at the pump house there. What they've had to do to make it more possible, but it'll be interesting to see if they can. They're still all, not them specifically, but a lot of these are open 6 months from now because it's huge reductions in amount of people you can service.
the Red Martini could only have 4 tables per space, and I was thinking about it and visualizing it, and when you recognize 4 tables isn't going to cover your overhead at all. So, and then I see like Sisters Coffee doesn't have anybody going inside, but the city of Sisters has allowed for them to put picnic tables out in front in parking spots with, planters around and everything. So they've kept adapting to what they can do to this change in order to stay in business.
Well, and little ones like the New York Sub Shop over here by Safeway is one of my favorite deli or sub shop places, and they have they're not doing anything inside. So I used to go there, and there'd be full every lunch hour with people. So it's taken away that whole experience, and you have to stand in line, and you have to be outside if there are more than 4 in the building. It's got to be less than half of what they were doing, and there's still good food, but I don't know. I wouldn't like to be faced with their economic dilemma.
No, I know. So, we do want them to survive, and I'm really happy that the Environmental Health Department was able to come up with that, and we'll help them where we can so that they still do those great inspections and are really helpful for the community. With the business liaison, I think it's critical. So, yes, it's been an unusual year.
So are we just looking for a motion approving the fee schedule?
Well, Commissioner, this is a public hearing, so you will need to open the hearing for any testimony. I don't know that there is, but there might be somebody on the Zoom or the phone.
We're going to do a dozen of these public hearings, open and close.
I would like to open the public hearing for the Deschutes County fee schedule and consideration of board signature of our resolution 2020-026. Are there any parties on Zoom for this?
Ariel is staff.
I don't know. There's somebody there. There's a phone number, it looks like. Yeah?
Dan Emerson and I are here just in case there were any questions.
Okay. Thank you.
And the person on the phone?
Who is on the phone?
This is Dan Emerson on the phone with Ariel.
Oh,
okay. So yeah, he's the other half of that. Good. Okay.
The other half is on the phone.
Yeah. So
you're not physical. Yes. Social distancing. Thank you. So there's no other comments. So then may I close the public hearing? And may we have our deliberation now?
So we had quite a bit of discussion just now on understanding environmental health fee increases have been removed. I would move support of resolution number 2020-026, the fee schedule.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Henderson?
I vote yes.
And the chair votes yes. So thank you very much. We now would like to open up the public hearing and consideration of board signature of resolution number 2020-036, Deschutes County FY 2021 budget adoption. Greg Munn.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Greg Munn, Acting Treasurer, Chief Financial Officer. I just want to give you a brief overview. Tom, unless you had any comments?
Yeah, Commissioners, I'll let Greg speak to the numbers, but just real quick, I know we're pressed for time. As you all know, having gone through it, we had a very, I thought, productive week with the 3 citizen members of our Budget Committee, Bruce Barrett, Mike Meyer, and Bill Anderson. So I want to thank them again for their time and effort in discussing the proposed budget. As you all know, it's what I would probably characterize as a cautious budget. There's a lot of unknowns going into next year with any kind of economic fallout related to the pandemic, as well as unknowns related to state funding, which supports a number of our county operations. But despite that, there's some very much some big positives in the budget with respect to some really nice projects in the road CIP, the operation of our stabilization center, which is set to formally open next week. Improvements at the Negus Transfer Station in Redmond is a big plus, as well as being able to enhance our staffing related to pandemic response with contact tracing and business consultation and things like that. So all those items were added to the budget. So going into next year, your staff will be prepared to react to whatever the next few months or year brings us in terms of effects on our revenue. We have contingency plans built for each of our departments depending on their unique revenue streams and have plans ready to go depending on what happens. So with that, as kind of a broad overview, I'll turn it back over to Greg to speak to the numbers.
And before I do that, I just want to say that this has been an interesting year for me. This is actually my 1-year anniversary today.
Congratulations. Aren't you lucky?
Yeah. So I made it through, and but with a tremendous amount of help, and I really want to publicly acknowledge Andrea Perkins, who's sitting in the back, and she's probably shying away from me right now, but she was really the backbone that she provided to build this budget around. She did all of the most of the behind the scenes work, and was really the one with the experience. I haven't been through it yet with the county, and really relied on her and Tom as well in putting the budget together. This is a accumulation of an 8-month process. I actually just went back and looked at the history, and it seems like it wasn't that long ago we started this, but it actually starts in November. So I won't go through all the steps, but there's a lot of pieces along the way. The budgets are built from the ground up, including they're reviewed with the budget officer, which is Tom Anderson. And lots of back and forth, and especially this year with COVID and the economic impacts of that, looking into next year, there were several adjustments along the way, which resulted in the distribution of the proposed budget on May 15th to you before the Budget Committee week. And of course, you know where we were with all of that. So what's before you now on the second page of the item, the resolution, the chart that looks like this here. This is the amount in the lower right-hand corner that you're being asked to adopt today, $427,567,689. That's the sum of the appropriation of county funds. We have another measurement that we look at, which is our overall budget, which includes our service districts, which is over $500 million. This budget here includes the 5.75 FTE, vacant FTE reductions that were approved on Monday. So those are included in this, which is why the resolution was updated and came out to you yesterday. I want to just give you a couple of high-level numbers. So again, the appropriation request is $427,567,689, and this is $5.9 million or 1.4% less than our current FY20 authorization. The major reductions there are a couple of these, and you will know these because they're highlights. We've been talking about these, but one is a reduction in the amount of reserves in our PERS fund because we actually took part of those this year and established the side account with PERS. And the other is that transfers out to capital projects. We moved in this year's budget a significant amount of money to fund the stabilization center and the adult parole and probation project. So those are the major components of the reduction in the budget. Any questions? I just want to give you some highlighted numbers.
Just acknowledging, it's amazing seeing it all in this page. You know, we see it in many different forms, but all of a sudden it's like, oh, there it is. It's all on one page now. So this is another great tool. So this is our resolution for this budget adoption. Getting it all on that one page without the microscopic print is pretty amazing to see.
So no questions. Do we do a hearing or?
I believe the commissioner, you did open, Chair.
I did open.
the
I did
hearing.
say
Now would
we
be
were
the
opening
time
the
to
public hearing.
Call for any public testimony?
Yes.
I don't know if there's anyone on the Zoom.
Could we check, please, Stephanie, and see if there's any public testimony available? There is none? No telephone? Gosh, we're talking about $427,567,689. Okay, I guess they must have confidence. And you, Greg.
There
You've been
you
here a
go.
year now.
I'm going to go with that.
Yes.
My 1 year anniversary.
It's Central Washington.
That's right. Go Wildcats.
Yeah, the Wildcats, and what a great job they've done, so.
So what's the rest of our format? Do we just make any statements we want to make and then we vote?
Is that correct? Yes. Yep. Fine.
So I'd like to make some general statements. So this is the fourth working budget I've got to work on as a commissioner. Appreciate, Greg, that over the last year, I do think you've done a great job of stepping into Wayne's footsteps, and you've done a particularly good job of following up with things we ask at meetings and taking notes and getting back to us. We forget what was so interesting on Monday by Thursday, so it's good that you remind us how interested we were. Thanks for that, and thanks, Tom, for your hard work on this budget and trying to adapt it as it went through and being responsive to what we ask for and try to talk about through the year. So I think that was a good process. A few thoughts I have. One is that I haven't figured out the cost, but as you know, I've talked a lot in the past about the growth of our general fund because of our ever-increasing property tax assessments. I still would have favored a reduction this year in our tax rate. If we don't reduce it, we're essentially agreeing to take more tax dollars from every homeowner every year or every property owner every year. And I think I would have liked us to reduce it again this year. I made a motion for 4 cents. That was not passed. And then,
10 cents actually.
well, 10 cents total, but 4 cents new.
Right.
And then Commissioner Dare suggested 2 cents new of a reduction, and that wasn't passed. Two of us supported it at that time, but the other budget members didn't. But that would have rolled back, a 2 cent would have rolled us back basically 2 of the 4 years since I've been a commissioner that we would have actually rolled back increases, which is the whole thing with budgets is it's not really, is it lower than last year? Are you keeping it the same as last year? So our general fund continues to grow, and I'd like to see that reduced again in the future if possible. I think if my original goal was really no increases in staffing, just because it kind of hit at the time of we had the economic uncertainty from the COVID-19. We still have that economic uncertainty really, but there were some places where we needed to increase staff, including environmental health, because they were doing things related to the COVID-19. I think that was good. We had some new programs like the Stabilization Center, which we're funding. It's something we've been working on for several years, but I think generally we did a good job. There were 4 positions I wasn't in favor of, 2 in the DA's office and 2 in adult parole and probation, but I like the fact that we have a limitation or freeze on new hiring, and as we'll see today, we've found 5.5 or 5 3/4 positions, but other government agencies are coming out, particularly cities, and saying they're going to have to reduce payroll right away. That's because they're all based on a different funding source than we are. The biggest uncertainty for us in the future is going to be the state funding and because we have a lot of state programs that fund our departments, and those could be mid-year decreases where they change our allotments that we were counting on. So people watching, if anybody watches this and thinks about the budget going forward, this could be a turbulent year still, even though we've approved this budget. Like last year, we grew the budget some because we thought because we could and we had new programs. This year, we might have to reduce it some if the state doesn't fund. But then also, people may not realize how much of our funding is based on things that were already decided before March of this year. So the things that are being affected, like gas tax, TRT, or some of those things may not be as affected as we thought they were going to be. We'll see. We'll see what the economy does. But otherwise, I'm planning to vote for the budget this year. But those are my thoughts.
Okay, I just wanted to make a comment that we did eliminate 5.75 positions yesterday, but we actually were talking about cutting it back 1.5%. And when you look at what's happening out in the world, that's really fairly immaterial. And I've been talking to department chairs. You know, they have some people on they're called essential, but are they really essential? So I individually am calling people. I want to find out who is it that we can actually cut back perhaps it's an unfilled. There's a lot of unfilled that seem to carry on for the last year and a half. We see it all the time on our monthly financials. There's, significant unfilled positions, but actually to get those out of our budget, I think would indicate our frugality and the fact that we really don't know what is going to happen the next 12 months. So that's something I don't want you to think that I'm not trying to find another 10 positions that really don't need to show up. And, you look at, we took the 5.75 off and it was $568,000. So, it's about $100,000 a person, the way the county numbers go. So it could reduce our budget. It's not much when you're looking at $427 million, but it's a significant point in time that we have to be respectful of the actual economy and the fact that Deschutes County currently has one of the highest unemployments of the state. So don't want to bump more people in the unemployment, but if the position hasn't been filled for a long time and it's not really necessary, I think we need to take it out of our budget.
So, yeah, this is definitely quite a process. I know it's basically, I think of it as a half a year to get an annual budget. But, I mean, it's good to take time and say, okay, what are the assumptions going in? Let's take a moment, and I know this is Tom's world, take a moment, each department, give me your proposals, what's changing, put it together, come up with that proposed budget, and then look at that and have our budget committee look at it and really think about it. Thank you very much for the staff for the documents a little different this year, putting the line items right into the program budget. People are working with that a little bit, trying to understand it, but it's still just an amazing document. You can get the information so quickly, and that is very valuable. The stability of the organization overall, Deschutes County has a wonderful history the last 100 years, obviously. We've been growing into this. There's been fits and starts. In the next year, this is the time where we're probably going to have to start looking. We talk about a flat budget or a few, removing the empty FTE positions. This is a time of transition for the United States of America, the state of Oregon, and all kinds of things. Technology transformations, working at home. I mean, think of all the variables, how many things are happening all at the same time. I do support this budget. I'm excited to be able to pass it, knowing that we have capital project dollars too. We have population growth. We're seeing neighborhoods pop up and fill out in Bend, Redmond, Sisters, and Lapine. The rural properties, which we don't make any more of, are getting developed. We're just talked with the Community Development Department about what's going to be the rural housing needs assessment and how can we deal with the land use there. So we're still in this growth phase, and this happened 10 years ago during a national recession. We still had population growth in Central Oregon. So we got to balance all that. It's great to have the diversity of opinions here on some of the items, but this work product is just a great product of an effort of all the staff and the input from the community. And it's a relationship. Taxpayers are providing this. We want to provide a great cost-effective service to all the citizens also. So I'm always open and available for feedback and comments, but this is a great work product we have today. Thank you very much.
So we've made comments. Do we have an emotion?
Yeah, I'll move. Let's see. Board signature resolution number 2020-036, Deschutes County fiscal year 2021 budget adoption.
And I will second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Mr. Henderson?
Vote yes.
Mr. DeBonne?
Yes.
And the chair does vote yes. Thank you very much. Thank you for all your work and all your team's work, because I know there's a lot of people that really do an outstanding job in your department. So thank you. And everyone else filling in for the last 8 months with forwarding all their information. It's an amazing 8 months. Okay, so they have 4 months off, right? Does that count? July, August, September, October, and then we're back into it?
Yes.
Well, and another special note, COVID, right in the middle of this, right? I mean, it was like, okay, we're setting up for the budget, and then we have this whole thing drop right on us. So, I mean, the department heads, and especially you, Tom, being able to get this product together and mature and on our desks, as budget committee members, right in the middle of all that also. So thank you very much for being able to do that.
And I would say that
that there really isn't 4 months off. It's a continual, off from actually developing the budget product itself, but I would say that the fiscal reports that you see on a monthly basis and any of those other items that are spun off of that are simply reflections of reporting back to you on what the budget decisions were originally. So we've got this continual monthly check-in, which is really part of the budget process.
And that's true. You don't really take any time off, do you? No.
I wonder if Tom has any comments to make about the budget officer in this era.
Well, yeah, not much for what I mean, yes, the pandemic had a big impact this year, but there's always a wrinkle. There's always something that you need to adapt to, and that's just the nature of our business, how large we are with so many diverse funding sources and programs, and there's always a wrinkle. But this year was particularly challenging and will continue to be, just given the unknowns. But I'm confident in our staff across all the departments to be able to react appropriately, to frame decisions for you all, our decision makers, to help guide us through whatever might come. But as I said earlier, we've thought about the future and changes that may pop up, and I think we're in a good spot to be able to offer some choices on how we navigate this upcoming year.
Thank you, Tom. Thank you for those remarks.
And I do have one more comment, if I might.
Yes,
I want to make sure that thank you is given to all of our departments who put this together. We, as I mentioned before, with Andrea being the backbone, the real work and the shovel digging is really done at the department level. They're the ones that are all building all of this information that eventually is consolidated and rolls up to you.
Yes, thank you.
Well, the other part is, it's the information, and then their presentations are particularly good. I think a lot of them are really good in terms of it's how we keep posted on what's really being done is by how the money's spent. So
I want to point out the road department was so thoughtful in their conservative approach to the actual numbers, and I think they actually were way ahead of how ODOT had expected the gas revenue. They were pretty off on their projections for these months. So I want to thank them for doing such a good job. I appreciate that when people recognize that, it's always better to be conservative, and then we can be, then we're safe.
Yeah, we can dial it back a little bit. One other thing I would just mention is that I'll be coming back to you and the department heads as well with a little bit of a survey, and I'd like to get your feedback on how the process went this year, as I did late last year or early last year, and just look for ways where we can make this a better process moving forward to next year. So,
how about putting percentages on all your financial sheets so that we know? No, thank you. I mean, that was just like, you did that. It was so amazing. Yeah, it was very, you think ahead.
I didn't even. A CPA would notice that.
I know, but I mean, I didn't even say anything, and there you were. You'd already done that. It was quite. It was, it's helpful.
Thank you.
So thank you for doing that. Okay, we need to now convene as the governing body of Deschutes County 911 Service District. I would like to open the public hearing for the 911 Service District fee schedule and consideration of resolution 2020-027. Chris Partain?
Chris Partain, County Finance Department. The 911 County Service District requested one new fee to their fee schedule. We discussed it at the May 13th hearing. It is a fee to cover the cost of extensive reporting requests that they sometimes get. And that is the only change.
Okay. Is there any discussion? This is 911.
I'd move approval of.
Public testimony, if there's any.
Oh, sorry. Is there any public testimony? Stephanie? Sarah's not on? Sarah? No Sarah?
That's all right.
Okay. Well, I just thought maybe she would like to say something.
So I'll move approval of the fiscal year 2021 Deschutes County 911 Service District fee schedule and consideration of, and approval of the resolution 2020-027.
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Henderson?
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Okay. Continuing on with 911, we have a public hearing and consideration of board signature of resolution number 2020-032 to approve a supplemental budget adjustment in the 2019-2020 Deschutes County budget and transient room tax fund. Is that correct?
No.
No, that's not right. Where did my other one go?
What do you?
Resolution 2020-039 that you're considering now.
Right, I know it. And
4 of the agenda.
what?
Bottom of page 4 of the agenda.
Okay, I'll just read it off of page 4 then. Okay, sorry about that. I thought I was all in order. Okay, so this is the public hearing and consideration of board signature of resolution number 2020-039, Deschutes County 911 Service District 4-year 2021 budget adoption. Greg Munn.
Commissioners, Greg Munn, Acting Treasurer and Chief Financial Officer. Before you is Resolution 2020-039. The Budget Committee met May 26th through 29th to fulfill their statutory obligations by approving the FY 2021 proposed budget as amended for the Deschutes County 911 Service District. Statute requires the board to hold a public hearing on the adoption of a budget as approved by the Budget Committee. The board has the authority to make changes to the approved budget by up to 10% of expenditures in each fund. There are no recommended changes from the Budget Committee's approved budget, and staff recommends approval of Resolution 2020-039.
Okay, is there any public comment? No. Okay, thank you, Stephanie. Is Sarah available? I don't see Sarah. Okay, no Sarah. Any other?
I'll move board signature of resolution number 2020-039, Deschutes County 911 Service District fiscal year 2001 budget.
Is there a second?
I will second it.
Any further discussion? Commissioner Henderson?
But yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Thank you very much. So now we're going to convene as the governing body of the Sun River Service District. We will now open the public hearing for year 2021 Sun River Service District fee schedule and consideration of resolution number 2020-028. Chris Partain, a county technician.
Chris Partain, County Finance Department. The Sun River County Service District did request changes to better reflect the actual cost of providing the services. These changes were approved by their district managing board on March 19th of 2020. Staff recommends approval of resolution number 2020-028.
Okay, is there any testimony, Stephanie, on our Zoom? Anyone from Sun River? Seeing none, any further discussion here?
No other discussion. With that, I'll move board signature of resolution number 2020-028 for Sun River Service District fee schedule.
Is there a second?
Second?
Any further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Henderson?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Okay. Now I would like to open up the public hearing and consideration of board signature of resolution number 2020-042, Sun River Service District 4-year 2021 budget adoption. Greg Munn.
Greg Munn, County Finance. The Budget Committee met May 26th through 29th and approved the FY 2021 proposed budget for the Sun River Service District. The statute requires the board to hold a public hearing on the adoption of the budget as approved by the Budget Committee and has the authority to make changes to the approved budget by up to 10% of expenditures in each fund. There are no recommended changes to the Budget Committee's approved budget as of today, and staff is recommending the board adopt the FY 2021 Sun River Service District and resolution number 2020-42.
Stephanie, is there any public? There is no public. Okay, where is Mr. Healy when you need him? Sun River's accountant. Anyway, okay. Any further discussion?
Nope.
Is there a motion?
Yeah, I'll move board signature of resolution number 2020-042, Sun River Service District fiscal year 2001 budget.
Is there a second?
2021, I think.
Oh, what did I say, 2020?
Well,
Yeah, just
what did I say?
confirming.
It was very
It sounded like 2001.
Oh, 2021. Thank you.
I'll second it.
Okay, any further discussion? Commissioner Henderson?
What, yes?
Mr. DeBonne?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Thank you very much. Okay, so now we are going to convene as the governing body of Black Butte Ranch Service District. I'm now opening up the public hearing for year-end 2021 Black Butte Ranch County Service District fee schedule and consideration of resolution number 2020-029. Chris Partain.
Ms. Partain, County Finance Department. Commissioners, the Black Butte Ranch Service District did not request any changes and will be carrying forward their 2020 fee schedule into 2021. Staff recommends approval of resolution number 2020-029.
Okay, thank you. Are there any parties on with our public hearing, Zoom, phone? Okay, seeing none. Are there any other comments? Okay, could we have a motion?
I move board signature of resolution number 2020-029, fiscal year 2021 Black Butte Ranch County Service District fee schedule.
I'll second that.
Any further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Henderson?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Thank you very much. And now I will open up a public hearing and consideration of board signature of resolution number 2020-041, Black Butte Ranch Service District for year 2021 budget adoption. Greg Munn?
Greg Munn, Acting Treasurer and Chief Financial Officer for the county. The Budget Committee met on May 26th through 29th and approved the FY 2021 proposed budget for the Black Butte Ranch Service District. The statute requires that the board to hold a public hearing, which you're doing now, on the adoption of the budget as approved by the Budget Committee. You also have the authority to make changes to the approved budget by up to 10% of expenditures in each fund. There are no recommended changes to the Budget Committee's approved budget. Staff recommends budget adoption of the FY 2021 Black Butte Ranch Service District in resolution number 2020-041.
Thank you. Stephanie, are there any Zoom or phone participants at this time? Okay, thank you. Any other public comments?
No.
Is there a motion?
I'll move board signature of resolution number 2020-041, the Black Butte Ranch Service District fiscal year 2021 budget.
Is there a second?
I will second it.
Further discussion?
Nope.
Commissioner Henderson?
I vote yes.
Mr. DeBonne?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. So thank you very much.
We're on time. We just hit 2:20.
Oh, well, that's why I'm.
The whole day.
Take a breath for 30 seconds or so even.
Oh, don't slow down.
Okay, so now we are going to convene as the governing body of the Deschutes County Extension and 4-H Service. I would like to open up a public hearing for year 2021 Extension 4-H County Service District fee schedule and consideration of resolution number 2020-030. Chris Partain?
Thank you, Commissioners. The Deschutes County Extension 4-H Service District did not request any changes to their fee schedule and will carry forward their fiscal year 2020 numbers. Staff recommends approval of resolution number 2020-030.
Thank you. Stephanie, do we have anyone that has joined us on the phone or from the 4-H office or no Zoom? Nothing. Okay, all right. They must have a lot of faith in us. Is there any further discussion? Okay. Do I have a motion?
I'll move board signature of resolution number 2020-030, the extension 4H County Service District fee schedule for fiscal year 2021.
And is there a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, any further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Henderson?
Yes.
Thank you very much. Okay, now I would like to open up the public hearing and consideration of board signature of resolution number 2020-040, Deschutes County extension of 4H Service District 4-year 2021 budget adoption. Greg Munn.
Greg Munn, County Finance. The Budget Committee met May 26th through the 29th and approved the FY 2021 proposed budget for the Deschutes County Extension and 4H Service District. Statute requires that the board hold a public hearing on the adoption of the budget as approved by the Budget Committee, and the board has the authority to make changes to the approved budget by up to 10% of expenditures in each fund. There are no changes to the Budget Committee's approved budget that are recommended by staff. Staff recommends board adoption of resolution 2020-040.
Okay, I have opened up the public hearing. Are there any parties that would wish to testify now, Stephanie? On Zoom, on the phone? It is a budget of $793,374. So just in case you want to be aware, we love our 4-H in Deschutes County. So any other discussion? Is there a motion?
I'll move board signature of resolution number 2020-040, Deschutes County Extension 4H Service District FY 2021 budget.
I'll second.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Henderson?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Thank you, Greg. Okay. We are now going to convene as the governing body of the Deschutes County County-wide Law Enforcement District. So I'm opening up a public hearing and consideration of board signature of resolution number 2020-037, Countywide Law Enforcement District 4-year 2021 budget adoption. Okay, Greg?
Greg Munn, County Finance. The Budget Committee met May 26th through the 29th and fulfilled its statutory obligations by approving the FY 2021 proposed budget as amended for the Countywide Law Enforcement District, District Number 1. Statute requires the board to hold a public hearing on the adoption of the budget as approved by the Budget Committee. The board also has the authority to make changes to the approved budget by up to 10% of expenditures in each fund. There are no changes to the budget approved by the Budget Committee, and staff is recommending approval of Resolution 2020-037.
Okay. Stephanie, is anyone on the line? On Zoom? No? And Sheriff Nelson isn't available for comment at this moment? No. Okay. Any comments or a motion?
So I was going to just note on this has to do with the countywide is with the jail and corrections because we serve the entire county and all the police departments, et cetera. That was one area that the budgets for the sheriff's office generally were one that have had some growth within the department. It seems like one of the things facing the jail is the issue of mental health, which has been something they've asked for more help with, and we've been able to agree on that, so got forward with that. And it does represent, and it also does reflect the new contract we signed with the Sheriff's Association, Union Association.
Okay. Any other comments? No?
Nope.
Is there a motion?
Yeah, I'll move approval of, or board signature of resolution number 2020-037, Countywide Law Enforcement District fiscal year 2021 budget.
I will second it.
Okay, so it's been moved and seconded. Any other discussion?
Nope.
Okay, Commissioner Henderson?
Yes.
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Okay. Yes. Thank you very much. We now convene as the governing body of the Deschutes County Rural Law Enforcement District. I want to open up the public hearing and consideration of board signature of resolution number 2020-038, Rural Law Enforcement District 4-year end for year 2021 budget adoption. Greg?
Greg Munn, County Finance. The Budget Committee met May 26th through the 29th and fulfilled its obligations by approving the FY 2021 proposed budget as amended for the Rural Law Enforcement District, District Number 2. Statute requires the board to hold a public hearing on the adoption of the budget as approved by the Budget Committee, and the board has the authority to make changes to the approved budget by up to 10% of expenditures in each fund. There's been no changes to the Budget Committee's approved budget. That was budgets, and staff is recommending the board adoption of Resolution 2020-038.
Okay. Stephanie, are there any public comments available? There are none. Okay. Any comments from us? Oh,
I'll move board signature of resolution number 2020-038, Rural Law Enforcement District Fiscal Year 2021 budget.
I'll second that.
okay, it's been moved and seconded. Further discussion? Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
Commissioner Henderson?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. Thank you very much. As someone who lives in the rural part of Deschutes County, I want to say I hear really good reports about the service where I am. A couple of years ago, my granddaughter accidentally pressed the emergency 911 number, and 911 called, and of course, my husband told her not to answer the phone because it was a number she didn't know. It's a 541 number. So the deputy actually came to our door. And, that just shows you that if someone is having a problem, they are going to follow through. And I was so proud of them. And of course, my granddaughter was hysterical for several hours because she was so embarrassed. But it was really indicative of the service that we get. I know, poor Chloe. It was it was on Boxing Day. So it was an embarrassment. All right, so now we need to reconvene as the governing body of Deschutes County. We are now opening a public hearing and consideration of the board signature of resolution number 2020-031 to approve a supplemental budget adjustment in the 2019-20 Deschutes County budget and PERS Reserve Fund. Greg Munn?
Greg Munn, County Finance. On December 23rd, 2019, the Board of County Commissioners approved a $13 million transfer to fund a new site account with the Oregon Public Employees Retirement Fund, and in doing so secured a 25% match share from the state. This resolution requests to increase appropriations in the 2019-20 budget to provide legal budget authority to complete the transaction and establish the fund. Staff recommends approval of resolution number 2020-031, increasing appropriations in the PERS Reserve Fund.
Are there any comments, Stephanie? There are no comments. Greg, can you give us the match from the state then for that $13 million? Is it, I'm sorry?
25%?
It's
25%, right? It's it's significant.
I believe it's 16, the total is 16,250,000. Don't quote me on that math, but I think that's the amount. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay. I'm sorry to ask.
3,250,000, I believe.
So the point being that we put this money into account, and as a result, the state matches that in part, which makes our dollars go further, essentially.
Yeah. So in our side account right now is $16,250,000.
Good.
Okay. And we actually did it after the market dropped.
We did.
Which was another significant, fortunate, it was another fortunate event for Deschutes County.
Well, I think it was foresight.
I'm sure it wasn't.
I'd like to say that.
Good.
No, but it was good, though. That's when we did it, so.
Yeah, it's always better to buy when the market's down.
Definitely. Okay.
So I will move board.
Public hearing on the matter.
Yes.
Formality.
Do we have any comments from the public? Okay, all right. So,
I'll move board signature of resolution number 20. Let's see.
2020-031. 31.
31, yeah, 2020-31, to approve a supplemental budget adjustment in the 2019-20 Deschutes County budget in PERS Reserve Fund.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Would-
Tom, did you want to say something? No. Okay.
I will. I'd like to acknowledge, I mean, this is a long history of the fiscal responsibility of the county. Many years ago, I'm sure public agencies started to see the fact that there's some commitments being made. There's no guarantees on the stock market and the value of money over time, but it was a hard commitment to those PERS Tier 1 employees. So the choices made by management way before our time as elected commissioners put us in the spot to even have these resources. And then the state legislature, since our last budget, is when it put this program in place. So that's why it's a end of year item for us, but we were able to do it, and it's going to optimize our future payments for many years to come.
Okay. Commissioner Henderson?
How about yes?
Commissioner DeBonne?
Yes.
And the chair votes yes. I would like to open the public hearing and consideration of board signature of resolution number 2020-032 to approve a supplemental budget adjustment in the 2019-2020 Deschutes County Budget and Transient Room Tax Fund.
Greg Munn, County Finance. The economic impacts of the COVID-19 pandemic have had significant negative impact on operating revenue at the Fair and Expo Center in this current fiscal year, resulting in an estimated unfunded loss at the end of the year of $600,000. Additionally, the pandemic has reduced our video lottery receipts, which are used to fund economic development activities countywide. This resolution will provide legal budget authority to fund the $600,000 shortfall at the Fair and Expo Center and $62,000 of shortfall in the video lottery fund with unallocated transient room tax funds and Fair and Expo reserve funds. Staff recommends approval of Resolution 2020-032, increasing appropriations in the transient room tax fund.
Thank you, Greg. Stephanie, did anyone join us? No. Okay, no one wanted to join us. Okay.
I could have been waiting for that last item.
I know. I kept thinking it was going to happen. Okay.
Well, I'd like to, say on this, that, this is an example of good, having good reserves at the transient room tax and recognizing there's where the deficits are somewhat supplied by, lottery. A lot of the funding goes there to economic development. It also goes to a lot of our service partners that provide other things in the public interest. So having that money from gas taxes room taxes to pay for that is good. And the same with regard to the county fair as being one of our best visitor events. So I thought it was great we were able to do this, and as we all agreed, a good use of the money. So help us get through this year.
Well, and some words about the transient lodging tax, transient room tax. This is a partnership with the lodging operators. It's a system set up by the state of Oregon, used differently in different jurisdictions. Deschutes County is in a spot where we do have some destination resorts. Lodging tax is definitely created, but being able to invest in that people's facility, being the fairgrounds for the culture, 4-H. But also events, and especially the monster truck show or whatever, all the big things that could happen there. So it's a partnership for tourism and a vibrant economy. So it's good that we have those resources also.
Oh, and don't forget there's going to be a barrel race tomorrow night.
Oh, yeah, barrel races. That's
In case
the other
you
thing
missed
we do
the
there.
Prineville Rodeo, you can go to the barrel race at the fairgrounds tomorrow night.
At our fairgrounds?
Yes. Yes, it's the second one, and they're...
You can have a whole section by yourself, yeah?
You can, but it's,
Do they have seating spread out? Do they do it in a?
Well, I know normally they take your temperature and everything. They don't take the horse's temperature, they just take your temperature to make sure that you should be out in public. So, yes, I want to thank them for actually coming back and implementing it. It's great to see people having a life again. So, thank you. Thank you to Jeff Hines for setting that up and getting it going again with our community. So is there a motion?
I'll move board signature of resolution number 2020-032, approving a supplemental budget adjustment for the 2019-20 Deschutes County budget and transient room tax fund.
I'll second that.
Okay, it's been moved and seconded. Any further discussion?
Nope.
Okay, Commissioner DeBonne.
Yes.
Commissioner Henderson.
Vote yes.
And the chair votes yes. Thank you very much, Greg.
Welcome.
And I did have that public comment that we actually heard from this morning first thing, so
Did we,
we did acknowledge it at that point in time.
yeah, I almost said something during the budget discussion, because if somebody's looking at our budget to see if we commented on it, we'd have to reference it back to what we actually talked about it during the citizen input
Right,
part.
I know.
So, did we deal with item number 23? I didn't, that was the adoption of the change for the 5.75 employee positions. Did we approve this?
Did we?
I didn't see it.
That's why you had the
That was up at the front.
modified resolution that Greg gave to you this week. So he captured the appropriation reduction associated with the removal of those positions in what you adopted this afternoon.
Oh, yes, it was in the main, it was
It was-
578,000 less.
It was item 23. That was the overall county budget adoption. So you might be seeing the old one, and then you were given a revised one.
Well, I'm looking at something that says revised, and I don't remember it coming up as an item in our discussions today. I know what it is, but I didn't remember us voting on it.
I believe it was item number 2 this afternoon.
Oh,
Hearing
2?
It was in the paragraph of it.
039.
It was just
That captured that.
Greg mentioned it.
Well, it's 2036 is what it is. Oh, I see.
It is
Okay,
item
so it's just, okay, I didn't.
It was,
Yep. good.
yes.
I just didn't see how it fit in. Good.
I know. That's what happened.
It was kind of a,
And the revised resolution that you received last night included, the only change was just the inclusion of that 5.75 FTE reduction.
The rejection?
Yeah.
Yes, okay. All right. So, do we have any other items at this moment?
I just got a little bit of update. So
Okay,
yesterday I attended the State Interoperability Executive Council, a Zoom meeting. So this is public safety, remember, interoperability communications, frequencies. FirstNet is the next generation public safety. So they're working on a statewide interoperability plan that'll be published soon, and it gets very technical, but it's really a good relationship builder with kind of cross jurisdiction. So cities, counties, police, fire, state police, emergency management, those are the kinds of the people that are at the table. So I don't have a lot of action as a commissioner, but it's just a good environment to be exposed in for Deschutes County. Some of the subcommittee work is done by Sarah Crosswhite and our 911 people, and Will Mullins knows some of the technical paths that are going on in there too. So as I say, as a commissioner, I just get to attend that, and I do that on behalf of the Association of Oregon Counties also as an appointment. Also yesterday was a Wickiup Junction area planning meeting. So this is a ODOT contract to Kittleson for area planning, the north side of Lapine. So our new neighborhood is mentioned in there also again. There's some lines on a map for the Deschutes County land in there, talking about, future connectors, kind of the fact that there would be roads in there, that new neighborhood. So it's not too much of a commitment, but it was just interesting seeing lines on the map at the meeting yesterday. It's a very much public process right now for community members. There's going to be a virtual town hall tomorrow night on this subject. And it makes some big commitments to railroad crossing, turn lanes, also up by Gordy's Restaurant in that commercial area, Drafter Road, making some other internal connections there in there to really make it a complete kind of mixed commercial area.
so is this the refinement plan like we did in Terrebonne and Tumalo, the same kind of process, and ODOT runs it? And
Yeah.
It's also on your agenda for tonight.
tonight.
Yeah, so I attended the, kind of the stakeholder meeting, and I've done it a few times, so this was just the next one of those.
One thing, you know, I've learned through the one in Terrebonne is that those committees tend to be kind of stacked with lots of government people, and I feel like there needs to be a little more citizen input on some of them. That was one thing I kind of encouraged the citizens to speak out if they've got views. I don't know how it was with Tumalo, but it just.
Well, so Terrebonne was always couplet or not and intersection improvements?
Well, it wasn't always coupler or not, or at least we didn't know it was. It wasn't.
My point is,
meeting, it wasn't proposed that way. It was, we've got a problem at Lower Bridge, and what are we going to do about it? But all this other stuff may have been in the back of someone's mind, but it wasn't the first meeting. There were lots of different options. It looked like it was a very unpainted canvas, but I think somebody had already done the line so it could be painting by numbers. But
I get, my point is there's
opposed to a free canvas.
There's only a few conversations that are really interesting there, and they're not that complicated. As in, you know, there's a few spots where people might, well, the whole area planning, yeah. So a wiki up intersection, the overpass, realignment of Burgess a little bit farther south, which cuts off the corner of the new neighborhood. You know, so some of that's in there, and if we'll see it tonight, or I can show you some of the maps. But it's just ideas at this point.
I hear they're still waiting for the overpass to quit settling.
I don't know what the official word is, but I've heard that reference, the fact that they're still studying it.
Yeah, I mean, that issue comes up with the master plan that we talked about the other day also, and how much of that northeast corner of the new neighborhood gets, you know, taken for realignment of Burgess. So I think it comes into a play on a couple different fronts.
Yeah.
So speaking of that, I don't know if it's going to come up again today, but after the meeting we just had about the master plan, I guess it was, or I can't remember what our agenda was, that Melissa was on, and we got an email saying that the county was really holding up the lift station and the trail or whatever. I didn't know we were even doing any of that, so I don't know if we need to be briefed on something before we converse with them, but this goes back to this issue. Are we going to take the role of we're a developer of this land, or are we just letting them, I don't want to just be pushed around by the city of Pine if we have better ideas on some things than they do on something maybe, or whatever it is.
Yeah, and I saw that note also from the mayor, and I was a little bit frustrated by that. We've been talking to them for a while on they would like county land to put a lift station to serve, parts north, mostly Kegel, the northern part of the city up there. So we said, well, let's talk, and they had proposed a location. It was right in the middle of Burgess, in between the school and the highway, and said, well, that's kind of right in the middle of what could happen there someday. And we recognizing the board as its final say, we kind of zeroed in on land that we didn't think was ever going to be used for anything really, and that's that strip of land in between the school, Roslyn School, and Burgess. And said, okay, well then you go, recognizing we have to get final approval, how much land do you need? And so our understanding was they were going to do the final design, and then we'd come back with a discussion item on an easement, not a land grant, but an easement for that. And then the other one had to do with the perimeter trail that's been talked about ever since the new neighborhood was created, to have some kind of recreational amenity, a trail around the whole neighborhood. And so they have lined up some free construction materials, rock from ODOT, to be able to do this. And so they've been kind of pressing us on permanent easement for that trail, and we've been resistant, honestly, to that, because we have not yet done the master plan, we have not yet done the refinement planning, and I thought it was premature and to grant a permanent easement when it could change, and said we'll perfectly.
When she reaches out to us and we don't know anything about it, it's hard, puts us just in I agree with you on the trail that. It's just exactly what the state park system told us about Smith Rock State Park, is they don't want to, it'd be easy to put in 100 parking spots this summer, they don't want to do anything until they have their master plan, finished. So meanwhile, we're out trying to find other solutions to that problem. Well, that's kind of how I feel about this, that it'd be easy to put a trail in, but there's other issues about lighting. If we put a trail in there, it's so dark. One night I drove down there. You really want a trail in the trees in the dark of the Pines night, for a mile or whatever, that if there's injuries on it, it's on our land. It's our exposure. There's things like that need to be talked about to me. But it'd be nice, I don't know if we're going to talk about it tonight at all, but if there needs to be further discussion instead of being just blamed for not moving forward, it's kind of, that's that whole issue of, they don't have necessarily any more experience developing things than we do. And so I want to make sure we bring our best effort to it as well, that it's a shared policy.
I drove down there yesterday to the end of the 3 roads that kind of come off of Huntington to go into the new neighborhood areas, just to see what the end of each one of those roads look like, because the proposal is to put a path behind all those parcels, but those parcels are at the end of a dirt road, which has been very private. So I've assumed that people would be like, why is there a public path promoted next to my house now? So, there's a community conversation to be had around that also. And we'll talk about it tonight. Nobody's done anything wrong. It's just.
It's not on the agenda tonight, and
Well, okay,
I don't think we're
But-
ready for public discussion. We've got actually a separate meeting scheduled for Friday at the staff level to talk about it, and
But see, what I don't like is
The
when
mayor
you just
called me.
just on a staff level, is we get a bad rap that the county
Well,
is doing something. I don't even know we're involved. I didn't even know they'd asked us for a lift station. And so, they should, and she wrote us, didn't she? I think it was us.
so the mayor called me. I called her. She said, "Oh, okay. So now we're involved." So that's kind of how that happened. The mayor was asking about it.
But that wasn't the message from Melissa?
Yeah, but
Melissa, but
separate from that, Dan Richer called me and said,
He also
"Why aren't you
called
giving us what we asked for?"
Well,
And I
that's
said,
great.
Well,
But the
Dan,
point
let's
is that
talk.
I just don't want them to think we're this big bogey up here when we might be helpful. But this thing like the path, that makes great sense to me, and they should know that we support you support your thinking about this, that before we just put a path, or like you're right behind everybody's house, we better have a plan for that path. And it's not just, it's easy to do.
Well, I called Mike Shields too, because he lives in that neighborhood. Those are off of Huntington. And he said he didn't think it'd be a problem. A lot of people just go out there and walk their dogs, and it's kind of just a rural walking area. So I asked him specifically, do you think this is a problem? And he said, no, I don't think it's a problem.
Well, I was told the lift station, actually, the siding was moved per the county's request, and the spot they want now is 9,700 square feet, approximately 9,750. So we're talking like less than a quarter of an acre, and it's something that they know they have to get out to bid. And I thought we've been hearing about this, that they need this lift station for development. So it seems like that's a bit of a separate issue.
Well, the lift station is separate from the path, and again, we were ready to bring this forward for discussion, but we were waiting for them to tell us how much land we needed, and there seemed to be a bit of a disconnect on who was waiting for who. But so it's on the agenda for general discussion. You can, as a board, if you're, whatever you feel is appropriate in terms of moving it forward, bringing it back for more discussion. It is pretty small, and it's where we propose to move it is unlikely to ever be used for anything else.
Other than a perimeter path.
What's that?
It's a kind of co-located where a path would go also.
Could be, yeah.
Pine and Burgess right there at that
Yeah.
corner, next to school.
Yeah, right next, it's right.
Well, it's a remember, the other thing that's happening is, there's excitement, kind of, development pressure, some things are happening there. So that's why there's kind of another level of, hey, let's go, it's exciting or something. So we'll see.
Well, interesting. So did you have anything else?
So I was able to get a letter out just from myself as Deschutes County Commissioner, state legislators for House Bill 4206 this morning. This is inspection and processing of meat products which is an idea of being able to get more USDA inspectors. So not federal inspectors, but state inspector system. I think it was Mark Owens mentioned on the phone the other day that Oregon used to have a system like this in place in the 70s, and it's just, I don't know the history of it, but we don't have that anymore. Talking to Cinder Butte meat folks, they've been trying to be USDA certified for a generation now, and there's just no path for a meat processing company to be able to do that. So I'm a strong advocate of this bill. It could end up on the cutting floor or end up ground into sausage. We don't know what's going to happen at the state legislature in the next day or two, but I was able to get this letter out to our representatives and senators.
Well, let's hope it doesn't end up on the floor, because when you see what's happened to processing plants
Yeah, well, that's why it
all
matters
over the
so much.
entire United States, the COVID,
The food supply
Chinese,
issue for Oregonians
yeah, the
and
Chinese
everything.
own Smith
Yeah,
Fields,
yeah.
and they brought in their COVID people. And how did South Dakota have 7 COVID deaths? Yeah, you have to. It's definitely, and all those processing plants on the other side of the Columbia River, and then those workers are coming over to Umatilla County. Yeah, it's been an enormous issue. So, whatever we can do to right that ship, it needs to be righted.
And on Monday, I'm going to go on Marine Patrol with the Sheriff's Office. So since we're not having meetings, I just came up with an idea. As I'm driving to work, I see the boat going south usually. The sheriffs will pick up with their big aluminum boat. So I just sent the sheriff a note and said, I want to ride with Marine Patrol someday. And I'm going to do it Monday.
Wow.
So I've got, this afternoon, I've got my, at 3:30, we have our first meeting on those business grants with COIC, so I think Kathy is on that committee, Tony. Is our meeting still at 6 tonight?
Tentatively, their regular council meeting starts at 4, and the joint meeting is supposed to start upon the conclusion of their council meeting. I just looked at their agenda a while ago. The only thing on it is a debate on whether they put a local gas tax on the ballot for this fall, so unless they pull one of their consent items. So Melissa thought it would likely be about 6 when they're done or ready, but it could be earlier.
My meeting goes from 3:30 to 5 supposedly, so I'd come down after that. But I could do that meeting from here. Is anybody going to take the vehicle down?
I wasn't.
Does anybody want to, do you want to take the vehicle down, Patty, and leave your car here?
No.
Well, maybe I'll take the vehicle down.
There you go.
There you go.
But thank you for asking.
So everybody else is riding separate too, I guess. I don't know who else is going.
My commute.
I know you live there. I'm not.
Well, don't you want to
really
come back to
asking
Bend?
No.
Tony, come on now.
So,
That could be fun.
Okay, well, that's all I had, I think, from yesterday.
I did have behavioral health meeting last Friday, I think it was, Friday. And it was an excellent meeting with the group. Unfortunately, it was on Zoom, but that they are back, and things seem to be, Janice was out of town on vacation. So Janice is somewhat the life of that group, but it was a very well attended meeting. So thank you to Elizabeth for running it. And then the Sisters Visioning, Nick's been serving with me on that. We actually need to get something accomplished. And Nick thought I could be like the chair of it next year, or starting in, this year. And we have to have more meetings because we've decided that quarterly meetings aren't accomplishing anything. So working on trying to get a few important county responsibilities taken care of in the next 12 months for Sisters.
I can't remember if I mentioned on Monday that I was on the Central Oregon Health Council's Housing Stability Committee meeting. Did I say that on
I remember
Monday?
you said something about that committee. I don't.
Well, I called into it, and it was, it's interesting how many different groups are approaching housing, and that's the health side of housing. So in that meeting, there was a lot of discussion about boundaries or barriers to housing. And it's, I don't know, we need to somehow come up with a way that one committee's not doing something the other committee's doing completely differently, because there's no uniform, it came up, there's no unified force working together on this whole issue of affordable housing, and their philosophies behind it are so different that it's like and I'm not sure that we just don't run at cross purposes. And that committee specifically is very, the health aspects, they got into all the people disadvantaged as a kind of a group, rather than I can't afford to pay. They get into bigger topics. They talked about a lot about race being an issue and housing and things, and I don't know. It's just interesting that coming from a housing standpoint, I don't see it as an issue. It may, directly. I mean, there isn't, like, people don't, it's not like it was in 19 whatever. So it's just interesting to how to effectively represent the county, or our kind of approach on these group committees we get into that are kind of focused. Then on Monday, the Deschutes Basin Collaborative, the Water Collaborative met, and it was partly during our meeting, so I couldn't attend the whole thing, but they, again, kind of going back to that discussion we had earlier today, they have a lot of people from environmental groups, fishing groups, all these things that are all focused on the Deschutes River and no other water, and it's very weighted towards that and irrigation, and very few just general public people that may live here and have a bigger view. And I just kind of lump those two together, that the ideological parts of both committees are kind of, I don't know, limiting.
I was at a homeless meeting once, and there were about 50 or 60 people at the homeless meeting, and someone got up and spoke and said, "There's too many people here, and we're never going to get anything done." And I thought, that was the first meeting I'd been to that large, and it's such a, it's a growing problem, and how do we get something done? So hopefully today the City of Bend heard our plea and will get back to us on negotiating that access for those homeless people.
Well, if you're interested, speaking of that, on that specific issue, so I'm going to go out tomorrow with Colleen and Christy, and so maybe I can report back at our next meeting about just what we saw. I didn't take pictures really, or maybe I did take a picture, but so that we have so we can further our discussion anyway about it. And Colleen or Christy can help too, so.
Well, has anybody noticed the Revere roundabout, to go out and get on?
It's on the news last night. It was a big, huge story on the news.
Oh, my God.
They aren't removing people. They said as long as you keep it cleaned up.
Oh, it's not clean, though. I mean, I
know. I was watching that coverage.
I was like, I never really noticed it before. It's almost like I feel like it was fall and all the leaves are gone or something, because all you see when you go around, because that's my every night pathway home, and it's just growing. It looks like not landfill number 2 or something.
Yeah, and I've had somebody called me, a friend of mine called me and said it almost hit 2 different people walking out into the street there in the last couple of weeks with that concern.
I did ask, it's ODOT's responsibility there, I guess. It's their land. So,
the right of way anyway, yeah.
The right of way, yes, that whole, but it's really.
But the policies are controlled by the City of Bend Police?
It sounded like, yes.
I don't know if state police would respond there or not. That's a good question, but
Because the news article on TV said that the city police had told them that they weren't going to do anything as long as they kept it clean.
Yeah.
That was what the quote was, or something pretty close to that.
It's a problem.
Right.
We've got our yard sign that was printed up. We've got quite a few of these now available. I think Whitney's distributed them to Chambers of Commerce already. So Lapine and Sisters, I think she drove out and brought them to them yesterday. Simple message: clean hands, keep distance, cover face. So it's just fun, 3 little items. But
save your life.
Well, the idea is to keep Central Oregon open also, because if we do end up in propagating this virus, all of a sudden we could be going backwards. And our health department keeps reminding us that that transition from summer to fall is the thing to look out for at this time. No matter how well things go in the next couple months here, it could be a bad
Actually,
situation in the fall.
The COVID numbers right now that are going up in Florida, Texas, and Arizona, someone that was a non-medical person actually was trying to come up with the reason why, and it's because in his analysis, it was because people are now in air-conditioned buildings because it is so hot, and that air is recirculating, and maybe that's part of why those numbers are going up, other than maybe people aren't social distancing. But definitely, when you go in your air-conditioned car and then you're in air-conditioned, everything is air-conditioned, and you're not getting that fresh air. Because, what is it, sunshine does kill it?
Well, nobody knows exactly right now. That's the problem.
So, anyway, no, I thought it's really fascinating. And then I did hear, because you know how we heard that the first COVID fatality in Harney County was, from COVID, and then it was really because they fell off their ladder. I heard from a doctor locally saying that someone younger the medical community has felt that person died of COVID, even though they tested negative for COVID. It was a heart virus issue that they died of. And they had a cough, and they had gone in, and they were tested several times, always coming back negative. And yet, in her opinion, that person died of COVID. And I'm going, so I haven't heard that from any of my other sources. Has anybody heard that? That's really what she really believed it. And according to my husband, the doctor, you can get a virus and actually get it can deal with your heart from the virus, one of the complications of it. So nobody's heard that in the public? And some younger person dying, it was a man? No, but it was a Deschutes County resident. So, okay. All right, well.
I haven't heard that.
All right, that's what I heard.
Okay.
So.
See you in Lapine? About 5:30, I'll try to get there.
So it's kind of indefinite then when this meeting's starting, or it's not?
Following the end of their council meeting, but the best estimate I had was
6 o'clock. Yeah.
And Melissa did say she would have box lunches.
And it's at the senior center, not at.
Oh, it is? I didn't know that.
So we have more room, yeah.
Because there isn't enough room in their offices.
So, because this phone conference I'm on is supposed to run till 5, so I have to hustle down there to get there at
Don't get it.
30.
Well, 6 o'clock is fine. I mean, I'll just.
Well, but if you start at 5:30.
We won't start with.
We'll start on time and you'll just.
Well, I don't mind, yeah, okay.
It'll
Okay,
work.
perfect.
It'll be fine.
If everybody's there, 10 to 6, we'll start then, but if not, it'll be more like 6 probably.
Chance to look around, see the new neighborhood.
Oh, that's what I'm supposed to do. I'm supposed to drive around. Okay. I will do that.
Okay, so then no scheduled meetings next week.
No scheduled meeting next week.
I'm gonna go fishing.
Except for the stabilization center.
Oh, yeah, I'll be there on Wednesday, yep.
Wednesday morning, yes.
Yep. Meeting adjourned?
The meeting is adjourned officially. Thank you, Stephanie.
As the chair, you can.
Elise, is it